Hold on to your butts, Stormchasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
God damn it, Chaotic, I told you to get out of my room. He's lurking in here about 3 times a week. Weirdly, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, he just slips into my room at about 5 o'clock. Maybe 5 after? I can't get rid of the guy. How's everybody doing today? Can you hear me? Can you hear music? Can you see me? Are there any random clips playing that I'm unaware of? Because god damn it, it's every single time. Painting a Mad Dog, a little bit of Mad Dog 2020. Painting or drinking. It's my day today. Hey, Project Dark Fox. 5 months. God, I know I say this, like, and apparently you're just gonna have to get used to me saying this. Every time a month passes, I'm like, have we really been going for this long? It's fucking ridiculous, but it still feels like I'm just getting started with this stream somehow. I don't know. Linear time is weird. You guys, Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for that sub. How did the stream go earlier? By the way, for those of you who do not know, Project Dark Fox had an art stream not long ago, just a little bit ago. I popped in. You were working on was that the chameleon you were working on? You don't have to do that. You don't have to jump to do art updates just because I vaguely kind of want to see them. But thank you. If you, I mean, shit, I would love to take a swing at making some mechs that are based on some more original designs, kind of like what you did for Papa Bear. You'll have to bear with me for a minute. I have to remove some supports from some resin minis before we get started today. If I don't do it now, they're gonna harden and cure and be a pain in the ass to do later. I make them pretty easy to come off, though. Sketch is finished and is in the Storm Report. I am looking forward to seeing it. What I saw looked pretty fucking badass. I love the chameleon. I think the chameleon is a super cool mech, and it does not get enough love. Maybe we can give it some of that love. I don't know. We'll find out. Ooh, I just fucking slammed down a bowl of noodles covered in like crispy, chili, spicy Thai peanut sauce. So bear with me today. Like, I'm sitting here thinking that may have been a mistake in this precise moment. Yes, White Wolf. They're all Star Wars figures. I'll show you what they are here in just a second. He has Thai penis sauce. That's exactly what I said, Roland. I'm so glad that I have you here to properly interpret my words. Rogue, 19K Project, Dark Fox, Wolfenspawn, Curse, Sala, as always, Roland, Painted Ogre, good to see ya, Cannon Fodder, 83, glad you're able to be here today, my man. Do you like this voice? This is how I'm gonna talk from now on. Hey, Storm Chasers, I'm streaming on Twitch. No, we're not gonna do that. That's not really a thing. I'm gonna stop that, like, immediately. What's up, 404th Exile and Hardy, 1247. Not that either, Steiner Miniature. No, I know it's like a thing, you know, being on shore leave, getting yourself a Thai lady boy, but no, not in the middle of Colorado. No, not so much. I mean, maybe, I don't know. What's up, Firestarter? You might want to check that assumption, calling me a human person. I know, guys. Twitch folk. Locust and Gentlemex, I know. I seem on the outside like a real person, but I caution you from assuming that I am in fact a real person. Looks can be deceiving. Tied one on. That's not bad. That's okay, Roland. And of course, Wolfenspawn with the classic, oh, you're having the cream of some young guy? I haven't seen Wayne's World in a good long time. Thank you for that. Slash unsub for that. Well, I would have deserved it. Speaking of subs, or not even subs, follows. Guys, we're one follow from 600. I know it's not like a huge thing, you know, but I don't know. It's exciting. It's exciting every time I take over one of those milestones. Considering I still owe people shit for when we ticked over 500. Ooh. Hardy 1247 with the sub. Thank you so much. I love that GIF. Don't you love that GIF? I mean, my sounds still aren't working, which pisses me off. But I love that GIF. It's fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you so much, Hardy. And Cat. What's up, Cat?
Hello there.
Well, it's not subs, White Wolf. It's follows. If I were near 600 subs Oh my fuck. Monitoring sub-levels is interesting, though, because it definitely, like, it fluctuates, you know? Fluctuates pretty heavily. We had a minute there where we had 120 subs. I think it was largely, in fact it was inflated by some of you maniacs out there who like to give gift subs. But that staggered me. I am Wolfenspawn. I'm down on a little bit of Stella tonight. We went to Costco and they had a big old 24-pack of this on sale for like almost nothing. So I'm upgrading my taste a little bit to something a little European. And Gear Falcon with another subscription. 3 months. 3 months. What the hype train? What the hell? Huh? Who? Where? General Kenobi. Yeah, so, okay, I just got a slot in with the artist who does our emotes, and we're gonna have some more emotes soon. A slot opened up. I slipped into her slot, if you will. In fact, you know what? Don't. Let's pretend I didn't say that. Let's pretend I said something much more classy. Anyway, we got the slot. That's the point. And we got some more emotes coming. Among them is a General Kenobi. Hello there. We're gonna have a heart emote. The tier 3 emote, she doesn't seem to think my idea for the tier 3 emote is going to pass Twitch's requirements, because I did request a butt in it. There's a butt. And apparently Twitch doesn't like if your emote is a bare human ass. So we're adjusting. We're adjusting that a little bit. Hang on a second, I need to adjust the settings on my camera. It's just a little funky, isn't it? It's just a little washed out. Let's see what we can't do about that. We're going to lower our exposure and adjust our gain slightly. Ooh, Wolfenspawn with the gift sub out to Revelations Universe of all people. Revelations Universe, by the way, if you are not following, he does occasional painting streams for his very cool game Revelation Skirmish, and you should totally check it out. I still haven't finished.
Welcome everyone to Thunderhead
What's
Studios,
going on? What are we doing?
Where the only
it's a
rule
hype train.
is
That's what's going on. Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
don't show them to me. For the love of God, I don't want to see your junk. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anyone. I just don't want to see your junk. Unless your junk is a subscription gifted to Sentient Pickle by Cat Ion. Thank you so much, Cat. That means a lot. I was going to show you guys. I still haven't finished these tanks that I was working on. I mean, you guys, you see how many projects I have going on at any given time, and it just means that all my projects take forever to get through. But I have 1 or 2 steps left to do on these guys. Their bases are already done. Like, I really just need to finish a little bit of work on them and then glue them down to their bases. But these are from Revelations. It's a 12mm sci-fi game, and he sells all the STLs so you can print these out at home. It's my favorite thing about the game. Well, it's not my favorite thing about the game. My favorite thing about the game is that it's fun to play. You know, Rule 1 is reverse psychology. He really wants to see your dick, guys. He desperately wants to see your cock and balls. No, he doesn't. He doesn't really. It's not reverse psychology. Let's not make that a thing. Butts are hit or miss. Make it a mech ass. Would it be like, it's just like a butt with like some panel lines on it, like a little Steiner fist right on the cheek? Yeah? Tallywhacker, schlong. That's a good one. I like schlong. I don't like schlong. You know what? Let's just move on. Let's remove these supports here. Yeah, you can buy physical minis from Revelations Universe as well. But my favorite thing about that is that you can also buy the STLs and then print them out at home if you have a resin printer. I don't advise trying it if you just have an FDM printer. I don't think that would work out very well. The infantry in particular is very, very fine. I'm removing supports right now. This is a Skullforge Studios miniature. The STL was purchased on Gumroad. This is the Smug Smuggler, which is Danny Glover's Lando Calrissian from Star Wars Solo, or rather Solo, a Star Wars story. He has a couple other Landos, and I know that Lando looked more like Billy D. Williams in the way they showed him in Star Wars Rebels, which is really the whole theme I'm going for, but I don't care. I like Donald Glover's Lando. I like Donald Glover's Lando quite a bit. Any G.I. Joe fans? G.I. Joe! I'm sorry, I shouldn't, I betrayed my true loyalty there. The actual answer is Cobra! 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 That's the real answer there. I actually have a limited edition, like that means anything, set of Cobra figures up above my workstation with a little button you push and it plays that part of the song. It goes, Cobra. It's fun. It's fun. You know, we have fun here. It's always a good time. Except when it's not, which is sometimes. Not that often, though. I'm feeling better today. You might be able to tell. I'm kind of upbeat, you know? Kind of upbeat. I'm still a little, I admit, I'm still a little bit sickly. But I'm on the mend, and I'm well hydrated, so I'm doing pretty well. The LEDs no longer hurt my brain, so here we are. That's most of the ones I can see. Now, this is going to hurt some of you who do resin prints, but I'm going to grab this dude, and I'm just going to rip him free of the rest of these. Oh, God, what have I done? What have I done? They're going to be horrible marks, except there won't be. Because if you take this water washable resin and you soak it in water for about an hour and a half to 2 hours after you remove it from the plate, the supports actually just come right off and don't really leave any markings to speak of, at least none that you can't go in and kind of take off with a razor blade afterwards. They don't leave any puckers, is the point. Yeah, his cape printed a little funny. It's got, for whatever reason, it's got a seam. Kind of right down the middle. It's a little disappointing. I wonder if that's going to show up when I paint it. I guess I can probably paint around that. As long as it isn't an actual split, we'll be okay. But yeah, there's a Donald Glover's Lando Calrissian, who I'm going to be painting here at some point in the near future. And then I have a Rebel, he's just a Rebel Trooper leader that happens to be a Twi'lek. Printing a couple of Rebel figures. Doing great myself. Got a nap in and my migraine went away while I slept. That's always the idea. That's what I try to do. I pop a sumatriptan, I go to sleep, and I hope that I don't hurt when I wake up. Migraines are a bitch, aren't they? They really are. Oof. Can you feel the scene? What's up, Firestarter? How you doing, man? To be fair, it's easier to get away with, I think, on hard surface minis. Because the connection points don't tend to be on... Well, that's not necessarily true. They can be on some fine detail. It really depends on where you put your supports, and as long as you plan it well. Like, my supports are always on the back of my Mini, and I'm lazy, and I don't care that much about there being a couple of malformations on the back of the Mini, as long as it's not on the face or on any really obvious upward-facing details. A couple little marks on the back of the Mini ain't gonna hurt anybody. Considering how much I pay for these minis, a couple of mild little blemishes is a-fucking okay. I've paid a lot of money for miniatures in the past that have come from professional companies and have had horrific casting defects, deformations, just all sorts of bullshit. So this is a brave new world here. Choo choo! Thank you guys so much for that hype train. It means a lot. Makes me feel hyped. Can you feel the hype? That's not even a song. It's not a song. I'm not doing a parody. I'm not making a reference to anything. I'm just singing badly. That's... I'm so disappointed in myself sometimes. Oh, he's got... Those are magnoculars. I wasn't sure what was on his belt there. Let's keep this coming off. I know, I'm still not printing anything super exciting on the printer cam there. It's more pieces for the moisture farm, but this is literally like the last piece I'm printing for the moisture farm. I have 12 of the large advanced moisture evaporators. I have 6 of the small evaporators. This is a storage tank. It's going to go with the evaporators. I've got all the walls painted up. I've got most of the houses painted up. Like, literally at this point, all I have to finish are the last of the evaporators. I've got most of the work done on this here barn, minus details. I've got the broad colors and textures put down. This thing is fucking huge. Look at the size of this thing. Look at the size of it! Look at the bones! But yeah, it came out pretty nice. And I just did some sponge texturing on it. It's not the best, but I keep reminding myself, particularly when I'm 3D printing things, is like, you know what, if I don't like this paint job, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use it. I'm going to print another, and I'm going to paint that one in a way that I like that takes longer. For right now, I just want this shit on my table. I think the textured sponging actually came out pretty good on this little bubble house, though. The door needs doing, the control panel needs doing, I don't know what this is. I have a doorbell? I don't know. And I need to do a little bit of work back here. I've been very careful lately to, yeah, I'm doing Star Wars stuff, and I'm doing Star Wars stuff that's based on pre-existing models, and I really don't want to draw the ire of the mouse. I really don't want to draw the ire of the mouse, so I'm adding in my own features. I'm definitely, it's suggestive of the features of the original house on Murad Sumar's farm, but I've added a number of features, changed the shape of it overall. I added, like, this, I don't know, control panel, air conditioning unit. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's technical stuff. Mailbox. Yeah, that could be a mailbox, I suppose. I don't know what else it's supposed to be. This was on the original house. It was in a different spot, but I like the look of it. So we're going with it. And then I've started doing these little... You know, it's a funny thing. Hollowing like this doesn't save you as much plastic as you'd think it would. It depends on how much infill you use, because the shell on the inside wound up using about as much plastic as the infill would have. But I still like doing it, because this lets me do stuff like flip it upside down and store stuff inside of it. And it makes the whole thing a little bit more structurally sound, I feel like. Could be wrong, but it makes me feel good. So we're gonna do it anyway. What's up, Carl? How you doing, man? So many IWM sculpts are so bad, a complete goof like me can make better looking designs. Honestly, the miniature market in general is so competitive these days that it shocks me that IWM still gets away with that. I know there have to be reasons for that I'm just not privy to. And I know that they've got a long history with Battletech and blah blah blah, and they've got contracts, this, that, and the other thing, and I know that Battletech fans are a bunch of fucking neckbeardy, fat grognards, and, you know, dudes who peaked in the late 90s, and... but still. Either way, the 3D printing market is obviously here to stay, and more if you're looking for a mech. It used to be, when 3D printing was getting off the ground for Battletech, it was like, yeah, you get the stuff from IWM, or you might be able to find, like, an MWO sculpt or something. But more and more these days, you can find good sculpts. I put my Griffin on hold for a little bit while I finish off the Trinity City Defense expansion, which, by the way, I had a real burst of inspiration today. I got a lot of work done on that. I'm looking forward to being able to show it off pretty soon. I would show off the work I did today, but it's one of those, like, I worked on a modular piece, and it's just not impressive. It's just not impressive by itself. It's impressive in the context of the rest of the pieces, so I can't show it off yet. But I think you guys are going to like it. Thank you so much for giving that shout-out to Painted Ogre Cat. I would have asked if I'd been thinking, but thinking is not our strong suit here. So there's our Twi'lek rebel officer. And you know, that's one of those things for me, Wolf and Spawn, where I hear it. I've even said it in the past, like, I don't like these new plastic minis, my metal ones used to be, I like the weight. Here's the thing. I don't believe him. I don't believe anyone who says that. And some of you in this chat might think it, and I don't want you to be insulted by the fact that I'm saying I don't believe you, but I don't. I have been in the position before where I've been so devoted to something for so long, and I mean, you guys know this, you hear me say it here in this very chat, where I've been devoted to something for so long, for reasons, I've decided that I loved something so much, that even when I'm faced with something better, I'll find a way to be like, yeah, but the idiosyncrasies and the stupid things are charming. They're charming. They give it character. That's just, it's like, what is that? Is that the sunk cost fallacy? It's just your brain trying to make sense out of the fact that you've already devoted so much time, effort, money, what have you, to what is ultimately an inferior product. Because honestly, if you like the weight of metal miniatures, you know what you can do? You can weight the base, man. I do that with all my minis. Every single miniature I have. In fact, one of the first things I made when I started 3D printing were bases that you could put washers in the bottom of to weight them down. And that's better than having a metal mini because it orients the weight at the bottom of the model. So the center of gravity is in its fucking feet, and it's not going to wobble, it's not going to fall. Metal minis fall over all the damn time because they can be top heavy. Yeah, exactly. I hate how readily unsteady. Good combination of words there, by the way, that metal minis are. Like, I've got a metal Shadowhawk, and I like it. It's a cool mini and all that. It falls the fuck over all the time. And I'm sorry, but unless you do, like, an industrial strength varnish job on metal minis, paint will just wipe right off them. I don't care how much work you do to preserve the paint job. If there's a raised edge or a sharp bit or something and you rub your finger across it a little too hard, the paint's just gonna come off. It is going to. There's no way around it. It's a huge pain in the ass, guys. Iberben, the exact reason you're so dedicated to being wrong about Twizzlers. That is, in fact, the reason I'm so dedicated to being absolutely correct about Twizzlers. You're right. Iberben, who sends me bags of trash in the mail and is like, here, eat these. They're candy, I swear. I did, actually. That's mean to say. Iberben, thank you so much for sending me those Albanese gummies. I did enjoy them. I just prefer mine. That's all. I just prefer mine. I prefer those of the German descent. Your Black Forest gummies. Your Haribos. You know, good stuff. We're not reigniting the candy wars, not yet. Maybe one day the time will be right, but it's not now. Paint rubbing off that way creates natural weathering. This is a perfect example. Rogue, I respect your opinion. But nonsense. just nonsense, man. I don't know. We all prefer different things in models, so I'm not saying that that isn't true for you, but that's not the sort of weathering that I like to do. I like all of my brushes to be, or all of my weathering to be very, very intentional, and I like it to be on top of the primer and not going down to the bare surface of the mini at any point. It just makes me feel more in control, which in 2020 is something that I value more than ever before. Feeling in control, because we're not, you know? I respect your opinion even though it's wrong. I don't mean to say you're wrong. I just mean to say I view it differently. We all have our preferences. And if I've said it once on here, I've said it 100 times, there are as many ways to paint minis as there are people painting them. I'm not even going to pretend that people can't genuinely appreciate or prefer metal minis. But, you know, people like things that are bad all the time. For God's sake, I sit here and I tell people things like, Pacific Rim is a brilliant exploration of the human condition. That's fucking nonsense, but I'll say it. I'll even believe it. I like metal minis since I find them easy to clean. Compared to some types of plastic, the old Battletech Alpha Strike minis are a nightmare to clean. And that really comes down to the quality of the casting and of the plastic. And I think 404th, if you're comparing metal minis to the Alpha Strike PVC flat molds, like, that is like, it's a bit like condemnation by faint praise. Because those minis are bad, man. They're good for what they are, and they're well priced for what they are, and they were certainly convenient at the time, but they're not good minis. You have to compare metal minis to, and I know the argument for a long time was, well, you can get better detail in metal minis. And you can. You can get better detail in metal minis casting them in your garage, but technology's moved on since then. I can get better detail out of my 3D printer. I mean, if you like them, you like them, and nobody's going to convince you otherwise by saying you're wrong and you should feel bad. Like, that's just never going to happen. Ah, oh, damn it, this got fucked up a little bit. Look at that. It didn't quite print the nozzle for his jetpack. I might have to knock that off. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'm sitting here going like, I get amazing detail on 3D prints, and as I say it, I'm like, oh, I lost a detail in my 3D print. Whoopsies. Has anyone got any advice?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, it's really just a multiplicative effect. Well, a couple things went wrong on this print, and it's a little frustrating to me. But that's okay, because this print cost me a couple of cents, and I can redo the supports and try again. Go ahead and cut free the main parts and take a look. A lot of the question of quality. See, the thing is, a good artist or a quality casting service can get good detail out of almost any material. FFG uses PVC, the same stuff that they used for like the Alpha Strike boxes, and their PVC casting, and for that matter, sculpting considerations got better and better over the years until the latest stuff, excuse me, in like the Star Wars Legion original core box or in the later expansions for Imperial Assault were really very high quality with really fairly crisp detail, which is amazing for PVC. Because it's, in many cases, the same stuff they were using on Reaper Bones. So, you know, it varies is really the answer at the end of the day. It varies. But the technology is such these days that I can get better detail out of things I print at home than from metal minis that I buy from companies. And I just leave it behind, you know? Anyone have a good storage solution for the 1-ounce bottles of Dr. P.H. Martin's? My mother is a filthy enabler. Since my birthday's tomorrow, I suddenly find myself in need of said. I don't have a great solution for you on that one, unfortunately. I have a bunch of bottles of them, but they sit on a little rack that I have right down here. And I kind of roll it under. It's got some shelves in it and then some racks on top, and I've got like my dry brush paints and my inks on top of it, and I just roll it under my desk when I'm not using it. Guess I haven't worked with any good plastic minis. Most board game minis have been horrible plastic. 404th Exile, yeah, I mean, that does sound like that's probably true. Because most board game minis are going to be PVC cast for the most part. Some good styrene minis, though, that might change your mind. He didn't come out too bad. All the other ones came out really nice. This guy got a little bit of a casting defect here at the bottom of his skirt. And right over here on the nozzle for his jet. And I think I'll probably just reprint them because it doesn't take very long. But now I have a gunslinger guy whose arm is not way too fucking long. If you remember this guy from before, his old arm was way out of proportion with the rest of his body. He's doing a whole lot better now. That'll be the last of my clan cries. Mandalorians. Let me set these guys off to the side here. Y'all have probably seen, after the stream last time, on Sunday, I went and I got something to eat, relaxed a little bit, you know, watched a little TV, came back and did a teeny bit more freehand on our Bo-Katan. And she's come together pretty nice. I don't know if I showed you guys. Well, I put it on Instagram, so you've probably seen it if you follow me, but I figured I'd show it off again because I'm pretty proud of how this helmet came together. And this is a good opportunity for me to actually adjust my focus a bit. Yeah, that's about where we want to be. But yeah, the helmet details came out nice. I need to finish the rest of the mini, obviously. Paint the rest of the fucking owl, as it were. But all in all, I'm really very pleased with these sculpts that I got from Order 66 Designs. The guy does good work, and you're able to mix and match these parts to make a whole. So one other thing that I noticed I want to change on her is I need to make the undersuit a warm color. I was looking closer at some of the pictures from the Clone Wars and from Rebels, and I realized that her undersuit is actually more of a brownish color than it is a gray. So I'm going to take some Vallejo smoke and probably wash it in there and darken it up. I think that'll help the mini overall, too, because it'll contrast the undersuit with the armor. And right now, there's no contrast there. It doesn't look as good. But some warm colors on the undersuit, I think she'll really start to pop. You gonna lurk, Dark Fox? Alright, well, thank you for being here. Let me eat my applesauce real quick. And we're gonna get to work on Cat's Locust. This is the last of the CGL Locusts that I own, so Locusts from here on out are going to be entirely 3D printed, but I figured I'd use the last of them for our excellent mod, Cat Ion. I'm glad you like it, Cat. I think the gradient came out pretty nice. I'm not totally sure what I'm going to do for every part of this yet, but, you know, like most streams, I like to just kind of launch in and figure it out as I go. How's it going, by the way, Necrobob? It's good to see you. Have you ever messed with silicone molds to duplicate commonly used? I have. Yeah, I did that quite a bit, actually. A couple of years ago, before I really got into 3D printing, before 3D printing really became accessible. It's always been a bit of a pain in the ass to do mixing your own resins and putting them into silicone molds. You have to degas them, and ugh. I did it a lot when I was cosplaying. Also, good to see you, Datron Voltari. How are things? I know this is what you guys come to the stream for, is me violently sucking fruit paste out of pouches. Mmm. Yum, 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 yum. I needed a little boost there, though. Counteract the bowl of spicy noodles I just ate. I might do a little bit of work on Chopper today, too, just because I only have a couple of details to finish on this guy, and then I'll be able to base him and get some pictures posted. A big thank you, honestly, to everybody who's responded to the Star Wars stuff that we've recently put up on Steel Warrior Studios. Both myself and Flavolicious have been very surprised at the response that we've gotten, considering he doesn't sell any Star Wars Legion stuff. There have been a remarkable number of sales, and if any of you are the fine people who have been picking up these STLs, first of all, thank you. Thank you for supporting this venture. It encourages me to do more of it, which, you know, that's good in general. Helping me learn ZBrush and do some more organic shapes, which I think will improve the quality of my sculpts overall for all systems. And also, if you have purchased any of these and you've printed them, please share. I love this. I've seen one person who has printed the speeder bikes, the Lothal speeder bikes, and shared them around. And it's just, I just love seeing my stuff getting printed by anyone who's not myself. You know? I don't know, it makes it more real or something. Who the hell knows? It is Costco Applesauce Gear Falcon. We just did a big Costco shop. That's where I got that giant bucket of Raising Cane's chicken fingers that I think I made myself sick with. Maybe if Legion moves away from Hero Hammer, they do have a lot of generic commanders at this point. Rogue 19. I think it's becoming more and more viable with each set released to run, because it's one of the main complaints you see, is, well, I'd love to play a list with such and such in it, but I had to buy fucking Darth Vader or General Grievous, and that's half of my points right there. And I believe FFG has heard that complaint, and they've released a few generic commanders, but I feel like more are coming. I hope more are coming. The kind where you could run a few of them, you know, like a Stormtrooper commander, and it's cheap enough that you could get 2 or 3 and actually run what feels like a military force and not just the bodyguards for some super important douchebag. Do the duck walk, Rogue. Do it! Hey, how you doing, Problematic Gambler? It's good to see you. Siesta Natorio. How are things, man? I'm the only one that gets a little sick when he... Oh, you're not the only one who gets... I ate like 15 chicken fingers, and they're big chicken fingers. But we're going through, and I'm like, well, we gotta drive home, so I don't want to get fries. And I don't really like their lemonade all that well, so I'm like, I'll get the Caniac combo if I'm going to sit down and just eat them, you know? And then we're like, well, the smallest amount they sell of just chicken fingers is like 25. So I sit down when we get home, and I just fucking mowed down on 15 chicken fingers in one sitting. I'm not proud of it. I'm not telling you this because I want you to congratulate me. I did it. You know, I'm acknowledging it. Part of dealing with a problem is acknowledging that you have one, right? And I ate 15 chicken fingers in one sitting. This is my life, you know? Rearranging my desk a wee little bit so we can get started. Channel your inner college kid. Yeah, had a couple White Claws, you know. Little Mad Dog 2020 to wash down the 15 chicken fingers. It was healthy. It was healthy overall for my psyche, anyway. I'm gonna keep you out. And we are going to go to... Oh, shit. Would someone do me a favor? Ping me on the Discord and just say, you need to buy more Coal Black, because I'm almost out. And I keep forgetting. Little Colt 45. Call up my buddy Billy D. Williams. Actually, I don't want to use the pipette. I don't have enough to waste on using the pipette. I only want a little bit, so I'm going to use the brush. Ooh, wings. I feel like wings... I don't know. I would have to see a conversion chart based on density and mass for wings to Cane's chicken fingers, because those chicken fingers are fucking huge, dude. They're huge. I feel like 20 wings is still less than 15 fingers. I'm not trying to, you know, say that you're not also a disgusting mess of a person. I would never say that about you, Steiner Miniatures. You're as much of a disgusting mess as I am, okay? Abuse is the language of love, Steiner. Wait. Nobody quote me as having said that. I meant that in the context of military battle buddy relationships, not in general Now, I'm not into... You know what? Let's move on. Chickens don't have fingers. Chickens don't have fingers. What was I eating? Oh my god. They are massive, Siestinator. Yes. That's the joke, Roland. Those chickens were hung like fucking horses. Why am I saying... Why is it that I'm always saying things like that when new people come in and follow? Why don't you fucking people stop me from saying idiotic crap? Stella Nix would be our 600th follower. Stella Nix, thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Welcome to the shit show. My god. I feel like I got that follow and just lost it immediately. Like, oh, never mind. You know that gif when Grandpa Simpson walks into the brothel and Bart is sitting there at the door and he comes in, takes off his hat, puts his hat on the rack, turns right back around, takes his hat, puts it back on, and goes out the door. That's one of those right there. Oh, I'm going to mix in a wee little bit of black. I don't want this to be quite as blue as it is. I have a whole lot of blue going on already. Actually, maybe this was stupid. Was it stupid? No.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This can work.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it, guys. I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting. Believe me. I'm on the internet, too. You know, I've been cooped up for months. I got cameras surrounding me. I go into streams, and I'm like, maybe I'll take a picture of my dick. Don't send it to me, is all I'm saying. Yeah, this will be better. It's nearly black, but it has a wee little bit of blue in it, and that's all I want. I'll send you something, alright. Yeah, something. I got you something right here. Oh, I don't want to water down the goodness, though. So what's everybody working on tonight? I know Roland said he's working on a Mad Dog, Mad Dog. That's not a song either. It's nothing. Pure nonsense. I'm just full of absolute bullshit tonight, apparently. I mean, more so than usual, you know? Probably because I've been sleeping so much lately. I needed to, though. God, I had some weird dreams. Like, I can't say that they were fever dreams because I haven't had a fever. That's been the one thing that I've been really looking out for and really kind of concerned with is, man, when that fever starts, I am going in. But I haven't had one, so I think maybe it was genuinely like a little bit of food poisoning or something that disagreed with me. I don't know. But I have been waking up, like, confused. You know? Like that happens when you have a fever. And having weird dreams that I think are real for a few minutes when I first get up. It's a horrid feeling. And then just being in a fog for like an hour and a half or so after I get up. I hate that crap. Brain working against me. More so than usual. Check your Discord right now? What'd you send me? Let's have a look. Rogue sent me a dick pic. That's cute. Oh, and thank you very much for that fire starter. God damn it, Steiner. That's fucking stupid as shit. I'm not. You know, we're not sharing this. No. That goes no further. Why did I even look? I knew better. I just still did it. Yeah. You laugh it up. You laugh it up, sir. I got 2 separate dick pics right now, neither of which were of actual genitalia. Well, one was of actual genitalia, but that genitalia's name was Richard Nixon. He's a dick in more than one way. And I'm gonna do this chunk of the toe. I don't really have a plan for this mini. I mean, I have a plan insofar as Kat has let me know which colors go where for her idea. But the particulars I'm just going to kind of let evolve. Its name is the Cloudhopper. I can dig that. That's a good name. The inside of the knee joints here, just a touch. Don't need much. Let the natural flow take care of that. Don't need to do it on the other side so much. Get these little reverse jointed protuberances. Honestly, one of the reasons, I have many reasons for liking to 3D print minis, but one of the reasons I definitely like to 3D print Battletech minis, I know that these minis, these particular miniatures, are an improvement in a big way over pretty much all the previously available Battletech plastics. Man, they still have some issues, and they still suffer from some pretty wicked mold lines. In some cases, the mold lines go right across details like weapons and shit, which is really frustrating. The overall the overall scheme, Rogue, is the general color palette that we've chosen and that I use for the stream, which is sort of like a magenta purple. And, you know, weather puns and themes. Anything to do with lightning and clouds and other than that, as long as it all sort of revolves around a palette that involves magenta in some way, I'm pretty happy. Magenta and purple. I'm gonna say, I love magenta and purple. I really do. And I don't have a story for those except that I like magenta and purple. They're some of my favorite colors. I like painting them. And if I like painting something, I'm more likely to do it. Now, we've talked about going with some wilder color schemes for the Stormchaser's Solaris stable. And that could be interesting. I'd like to get some decals. I still haven't been able to hear back from the guys over at Fighting Piranha Graphics about getting Thunderhead decals made. I could do some of my own, I suppose. I'd rather have them do it, but, you know, whatever. Lots of lightning, there you go. PPCs, yeah, that's a solid theme. You know, lightning guns, who doesn't like that? Planning my Warhammer reference for when I send my reference and Redemption. I think, like, the Stormchaseriest of all the Stormchaser mechs, which We only have 4 as of right now, and I need to finish putting the finishing touches on and basing Project Dark Foxes, but, you know, these are the Stormchaser mechs so far, to give you an idea of what the general theme is. And as you can see, they all have some purple/magenta worked into them on some level. And other than that, you know, it's pretty open. I need to do the freehanding for Project Dark Foxes. We want to have a couple of cherry blossoms on here. And I'll do that here at some point in the near future. And then we have Roland's Cataphract with the excellent Shatter camo that we did. I'm still pretty proud of this one. I think it came out very nice. And then, of course, we have the awesome for Vergaderung with the 4 PPCs and the lightning bolts and the titular
Ass Crackling Thunder Spunk. Yeehaw!
Right there. That's where the joke came from. We're funny. We're funny. We got jokes. Somebody was mentioning, though, doing a lot of PPCs, and I don't mind that at all. PPCs are among my favorite weapons, and they totally fit with the lightning theme. Oh, thank you for saying so, Machine God. I was pretty pleased with it when we did it. Still am. Still am. I should, Roland. That is going to be an Orion. It is going to be one of Kursala's Orions specifically. I need to do another print of your Toad Smasher, because that's going to be my command mech. Either that or an Archer. I know Orions aren't really command mechs, but we can fudge it a little bit. I like Orions. They're like my favorite mechs. Them and Archers, which ironically Archers are command mechs, but, you know, we don't make sensible decisions around here. Though I suppose I could make my command mech the Archer that Vergaderung did, with the cloud of missiles coming out of it. That's not a bad idea either. I know that I'm always like, no clan tech, nothing from post 3050, I hate anything that isn't 3025, but Cat's Locust is going to be a Royal Locust because they're just fucking badass. And you can always make the argument that one of them was recovered from the clans during the initial part of the invasion, since we're going with a little bit post 3050 for the Stormchaser Merc Company's general timeline. And I mean, of all the mechs, of all the Royal variant mechs, I think the Royal Locust is the least broken because it's still just a 20-tonner, you know? Hey, Wapelius, good to see you, man. How are you? Could we get a shout-out for my boy Wapelius over here? If you are not following Wapelius and you enjoy watching miniature painting, or honestly, even if you just enjoy doing miniature painting, please do. And I'm not just blowing smoke here. His is the stream that I go to most often when I'm like, I'd like to learn something, or I'd like to reinforce something. He is amazing to watch. I think one of the things that he reinforces the most, and we've talked about this here before, is, how did you put it last time? Think long, think wrong. Because this guy will throw down paint over the course of 4 hours and come out with a job that you think, like, that would take me 12. And a lot of it is just confidence, quick brushstrokes, and knowing what it is you're trying to achieve. It's something that I try to push in my own painting, though I confess I'm nowhere close. But you know, give it time. Give it time. I don't know what I'm going to do for these coils yet. I have these little coils here. I usually just paint them as metal. I guess I could do a glow. Ooh, yeah! Yeah! I could do a little lightning glow in here like they're charging up with energy. That's a good idea. I was a little worried about where I'm going to put lightning bolts on this, but I think I might just do the glow effect here to get those blue colors in. I feel like that's a good idea. I feel like it's a good idea. The whole thing's going to be cold colors, but I'll try to balance it out with the base a little bit. Hope it's been a chill day. It has for the most part. It has for the most part. Doing better now. And thank you so much for saying so. So I'm just going to start doing some edge highlighting at the top and working my way down. And then we'll get into doing the details. Though first, first, and I'm thinking this time, I'm going to lay down a little bit of base for what is going to be yellow cockpit glass. And I kind of just want to use a brown for that for the most part. It's going to be easy to build up sort of a golden yellow on top of that afterwards. My problem with that cat, I like the idea. My problem with it is you won't be able to see it. It is hard to see anything on the belly of the Locust. So I'd like to take that effect a little bit higher so that you can see it from an upward angle. Like, I love the idea, but if I do it, you won't be able to see it very well. How are you doing, Wapelius? How's the streaming going, by the way? I know that you, it's still a fairly new venture, but it seems like it's going really well for you. I mean, that's hardly a surprise, but... Are you having fun with it, I guess is the question? Because that's really what's most important at the end of the day. Hey, Chaotic Harmony. I thought we banned him. How was he even able to get in here? Brain pattern on this guy was clouds out to lower orbit of space. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But if we were gonna do lightning, it would wind up down here on the legs. So I'm thinking clouds up through the upper atmosphere, and then we're gonna have a spattered star effect up here. Is what I'm thinking. And I guess I should think about that as I do this painting. I might want to do that before I do some of these details, because I'm going to spatter paint across the top surface. I'm glad I thought of that, because I'll refrain from doing too much detail on these. Just do base coats until I do that. But the stars plus the lightning bolts may be a bit much. It may be a bit busy, Cat, and I only say that because this model is very small. Even compared to most battle mechs, the Locust is teeny tiny.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
I am Sentient Pickle. That is the plan. What about a shooting star? So, have I got him here? I don't have him here. I have a model that I did the Galaxy Cloak effect on, where instead of being like a galaxy on the outside of the cloak, it's a Psyker, and he's sort of brushing his cloak back with one hand, and on the inside of it I have a galaxy effect painted, and I'm going to do similar things like that. A shooting star takes up a lot of space, but an extra bright, sparkling star, well, you'll see. You'll see as I get into it, and we can always change it. You know, if you don't like it, Cat, if you don't like it, we can always fucking shut up and do what I want. I mean, no, we can always change it. That's what I was saying. Too bad. Yes, I'm going to do some highlighting, and then I'll do my star spatter, and then I'll continue with the details. That is a better idea than what I was doing already. I struggle getting a good haze or halo effect around the spattered stars. You have to use... I've had a good run of luck sort of glazing colors to get those hazy halo and nebula effects. Again, the trick here is just that the Locust is so small physically And, you know, you might not like that excuse because there are other painters, even here on Twitch, who are like, I'm going to take this tiny little shield that's 5mm across, and we're just going to real quick recreate the Sistine Chapel. No big deal. I'm not one of those painters. I'm sorry. We should have one of them with a meteor shower. I don't hate that idea. You know, Kursala, come up with ideas. Come up with ideas while we work and, you know, storm away a little bit. We're going to have more Stormchasers coming up, and something tells me Kat's going to be able to redeem more than one, you know? She's here a little bit. She has all the points in the freaking universe. Excuses, excuses. They are. I'm good at coming up with excuses, I'll have you know. You want excuses? I'll give you excuses. Give me something to come up with an excuse for. I'll do it. Three months. 3 months. When do we get to not scrub out the mech boy oil traps and be a real mech tech? I'll tell you when. Carbonic acid. It's actually a real simple process. You might have been fooled up until now. You gotta go down to the quartermaster. You gotta ask him for an ID 10T form, and you're gonna fill that out for about 30 grid squares and about 15 yards of gig line, and then come back. By the way, thank you so much for that subscription, Carbonic Acid, despite my my bad joke that I made over it. Haven't heard that in a while. It's a classic, you know? Old tricks are the best tricks and all that. Might have to go in here and deepen some of these panel lines. We'll see. By the way, Chaotic Harmony, how you doing, my man? How are things? We got to raid Chaotic Harmony at long last, just a little while ago, and that felt pretty good, you know? Felt pretty decent. But Flavolicious sent me a heartwarming DM on Discord for after the stream if I need a good laugh. Is it about what we were talking about most recently? Because I found that chuckle-worthy. It's of a flattering nature. I do love being flattered. Flattery will get you everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. I need to print out some of Wolverine DH's Locust. They look pretty nice. They don't quite have all the curves of the Locust, but that's okay. I am Locust. Oh, Jesus, I haven't watched Ali G in so long. There's a blast from the past right there. Of course, it was hard to find for a long time. The Ali G show? Like, you could only get it on DVD for the longest time. They didn't even have it on HBO's streaming service. I wasn't really a fan of any of the movies that Sacha Baron Cohen made. I know everybody lost their minds over it in the same way that they lost their minds over, like, Jackass the movie when it came out. You know, Borat and Bruno and so on and so forth. About the only one that I found funny at all, which I think is ironic because it's probably the worst of them, was Ali G Into House, and I didn't really find it that funny. Sacha Baron Cohen is really best when he's being... Well, when he's making fun of people to their faces without them realizing it. That is when he's best. When he's doing scripted comedy, I don't know, it doesn't do much for me. Jesus, Sentient Pickle. I'll keep that in mind. If you would like the key to Sentient Pickle's butt, it's flattery. I don't know that I have Machine God. C Daddy does some really, really good work, though. Might have to check that out. Aeon Drummond, how you doing, man? Remember a high school history teacher saying one of the girls that call up an auto parts store for spark plugs for a diesel engine. Oh, that's just cruel. I watched part of The Spy. I was not a huge fan of it, Roland. I don't, like, it was long enough ago that I can't tell you exactly what it was that kind of turned me off watching the show, but I think it was like, I remember we entered a portion where it was like, and now we have a fucking training montage for him to become a super spy. I don't know, it was cheesy? Can't say for sure right now what it was exactly, but I didn't finish it. And I like Sacha Baron Cohen. I enjoyed, what's that one that he did most recently? Not necessarily the one where he went to a Trump rally and made fun of people, which I'm sure that we're going to get, but the show that he's been doing. He was great. Was he in Sweeney Todd? I didn't see that one. Not really sure how I feel about using Martian Iron Earth for my Tau bases. They just seem too flat. You kind of want to put it on thick if you want to get big cracks with that. He was almost Freddie Mercury. I mean, I could see that. He looks like Freddie Mercury, like alarmingly like Freddie Mercury. They ended up going with who? Rami Malek? He was the rival barber. Oh, okay. Well, it's, humorously, I think he was funny in The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Like, again, not the most highbrow work he's ever done, but funny. Rami Malek, for me, I always think of him in The Pacific. That was the role that, in many ways, defined him for me. I've since seen Mr. Robot. It was good. But in The Pacific, that was... I mean, maybe it's just because it was such a hard-hitting show, and it is where I first saw him. And I appreciated that. First of all, you know, it's a real story. These are taken from people's real experiences, so it's even more hard-hitting. But then the notion that at the end of that war, this character, this man, this soldier, essentially gave all of his brothers in arms the old Irish goodbye. He just sort of slipped off the train and never contacted anybody again. Like, oh, okay. Weirdly, I can kind of identify with that. That's how I tend to do people. I'm not saying I'm proud of it. But when faced with situations like that, that is how I react. Tiny robots, I am so sorry to hear that. That is terrible, my friend. Just terrible. All of my well wishes and good vibes go out to you today. I wish there was something I could say that would make it easier, but unfortunately I know from first-hand experience there is no combination of words that can make a loss like that any easier. It's just the sort of thing that we don't even really believe for a while until it starts to finally dawn on us. It's gonna take a while, and I'm sorry you have to go through it, man. Working on my Zeros again, and I'm thinking I might make an attempt at some OSL on the dying guy's robes from the pipes on Xerxes' leg. Give it a shot, Firestarter. What's the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen trying a new painting technique? The worst? Honestly, it doesn't work, and you paint over it. Like, who gives a shit? Just give it a shot. Shiny Robots, this is for Cat Ion. This is her Stormchaser submission. Submission, redemption. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word. I speak English good. If I save up for one, you're gonna have to do me an Atlas. Oh, you're a big boy, huh? Is that how it is, Firestarter? I don't have anything against the Atlas. I just feel like the Atlas is, it's the Orion dialed up to 11 and with a stupid face on it. I know that's sacrilege for Battletech to be like, I think the Atlas looks kind of dumb. But, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I'll turn around and go, I think the Orion looks cool, and the Orion is one of the goofiest looking mechs there is, so probably my opinion is not worth that much. Before I do the star spatter on this, I'm going to give it a bit of a wash to ease the colors together and to try to hit those panel lines. The MWO Atlas is good looking. I don't, you know, honestly, I like the new sculpt for the Atlas. I know that some people have some complaints about it. I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, but Orions, man, Orions take the cake. Orions take the cake, and that's why I love them, because god damn it, guys, I love a good cake. And Orion, well, Orion took it. So I'm going where there's cake. Alright, we're going to do a slightly higher highlight, and then a wash, and then some paint spatter effect. Making another dump cake this weekend. God, I don't need to hear about your bathroom habits. Roland, come on! That's a bad joke. The dump cake does look delicious. We don't really have good jokes here, though, you know? If I ever make a joke on here and it's good, I'd like someone to notify me, because it wasn't on purpose. I agree with you, Ogre. If it was good enough for Kerensky, baby, it's good enough for me. I noticed nobody's saying Shadowhawk, and that's disappointing to me. Space Hawk. Only for you, Cat. See, I'll accept that argument, Sentient Pickle, because you at least know why I love the Shadowhawk as much as I do. And yeah, the Sultic Round Facer is equally cool. Maybe not equally cool, but it is very cool. After, I've forced myself to postpone my Round Facer mech that I've been making, finishing it until after I get the defense expansion for Trinity City done, because I don't want to distract myself too much. But once the defense expansion is done, I will be releasing a multi-pose Round Facer / Griffin that y'all will be able to print out. I don't think there's anybody that'll sue me for releasing Dugram products, will they? I'll just call it something else. It's a soldier robot, and it's slightly different somehow. I absolutely do, Machine God. You can find all of that on Steel Warrior Studios. In fact, I think the latest round of Trinity City upgrades just came up for physical print. Because Flavolicious over at Steel Warrior only just now updated his printer fleet. He has quite a few printers rolling over there. I have one printer. He has something like 20-something now. A veritable print farm. Yeah, Harmony Gold mine. Yeah. Well, I won't call it that. The Rugdom Celtic Circlehead. I like that. The Bubble Face. I mean, their own names for it were so damn generic anyway. What we have, the Griffin was the Sultic Round Facer. And then the, what was the other company? What was the company that made the Blockhead? Which is the Wolverine. I can't remember the name of the other company. I always liked how there was like a background corporate arms race going on in Dugram. And the Sultic was pushing its lighter, more maneuverable mechs, and the other company was pushing its heavier mechs. But I can't remember the name of the other company. I remember the Round Facer was done by Sultic. And then there was another company that did the what became the Goliath and the Blockhead. The Blockhead was their answer to the Round Facer. And then the Bigfoot was their answer to the Dugram, more or less. What was the name of the Goliath? Why can't I remember it now? They said the name plenty. It was the most used mech in the show up until the Round Facer started making more sense as the Dugram did more and more damage. I really enjoyed the episode or so that they had where the Dugram crew, the Fang of the Sun, was, they were in a desert environment for a while. They were passing through a desert. And they deployed a new type of suit, a new armor against them that had 6 legs. And the feet did this crazy spinning thing, but they were really, really, really agile on loose sand specifically. And the Dugram just wasn't. The Dugram couldn't keep up. Trying to put 2 feet down on loose sand, it just kept slipping and falling over. I thought that was a really, just a clever bit of writing. Habitate Industries. Thank you, Datron Voltar. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't remember either. And God knows, I never forget anything. Alright, I'm gonna do a soft purple wash over the top of this, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a star effect. I really enjoyed Fang of the Sun Dugram. It was a cool show. I know it's a little hard to watch at this point just because people are so used to anime being so polished and whatnot anymore, but for what it was pretty amazing. And I think that the writing kind of overshadows the animation, at least for me. Wait for me, Fly. As long as you ignore future fashion. Well, yeah, but I mean, that's true of almost anything made in the 1980s. There was no Fly in my office earlier today. Ah, you fucking son of a bitch. Ah. No big deal. I doubt it, Curso. That would be a long-lived fly. There aren't even any flies in the house right now. We went on a full fly-proofing spree. Because, you know, we're in summer right now when a lot of them are hatching. And, there aren't, like, any, except this one that hatched recently, someplace nearby, specifically to be on this stream. He just wanted to hang out with us. So bad. He's like, look at me! Look at me! I'm a Stormchaser! Come here, motherfucker! Did I just get it? No, I couldn't have. I'm gonna smush my hand real hard just in case I did, but... I did! He's in there. Oh my god, okay. Oh, smash with the fury of 1,000 suns! Hang on a second. I caught a fucking fly. Y'all seen it. Y'all seen it. It happened. Never in a million years did I think I'd get that on camera. Miyagi, that fly. Yeah, if only I had some chopsticks, then it would have been easier, right? There'll be another one. I feel it now. Like I'm celebrating, so another one is going to spontaneously spawn into existence. Just to prevent me from feeling too good about myself. Because that's how the universe works. It gives a shit about my self-esteem, and it wants it to be extra low. That's looking pretty good. I'm glad somebody clipped that one. I'm okay with that. I complain about all the other clips, but that clip, nope, that clip's okay. You know what, I need to let that wash dry. I was thinking like some of the wash is dried, I'm going to go ahead and paint over it, but I'm going to mess it up if I do that, so I'm just going to move further down the mech and do some highlights there. Yeah, I always think of that one too, CS Nana Rio. When Bruce Willis, yeah, he just snatches a fly out of midair, and he and spits it on the ground. That movie, I'm still amused by that film. It's just a dumb movie, but when Yimmy Tedeschi later in the movie, he's like, hey, don't belong. And Matthew Perry's like, don't belong? Don't belong. It's dumb. Can I request one more favor of you fine individuals here in the chat? Somebody in the Discord ping me one more time and write the words Vallejo Warlord Purple, please. It's the only way I'm gonna remember. Because I am, like, squeezing the last few bubbles of paint out of my Warlord Purple right now. And I need more of it. I love this version of the Force theme. I mean, I love the Force theme. I do. I'm a John Williams fanboy. Maybe even more than I'm a Star Wars fanboy. I like everything John Williams has done. The man has an understanding of composition that it grabs me right in the feels, you know? And it doesn't let go. It hasn't since I was a kid. I know a lot of other people have to agree because the man gets work. So I tried the OSL and I think it looks okay. Not sure yet. Leave it and look at it later. That's a good move, Firestarter. Give yourself some time. It's a weird phenomenon that when you've painted a thing, I guess it's not that weird. It makes perfect sense when you lay it out. But when you're the creator of a thing, of a paint job, you know all the problems with it. You know all the steps. So what you see are the brush strokes. What you see are the edges of the glazes. What you see are the jarring transitions. Because you were there for every single step of it. You remember putting down every single brush. And other people, or even yourself after you've given it some time, won't see what you see. It may look better than you're giving yourself credit for. So give it some time, and share it around and ask what other people think. Brush for Hire was talking about something, well, he mentioned something earlier today on his stream when he was doing some painting. And it's very, very true. People get obsessed with smooth blends on miniatures. And they're not really as necessary as you might think. If you go, Siestinator, don't even bring up Hans Zimmer. What are you doing? Let's not go there. No, Roland brought it. Oh, I see. This goes back. People have been trying to troll me for like a few minutes and I've been missing it. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's do that, guys. Fucking Hans Zimmer. Ugh. I forget what I was saying, but he was making the point that if you look at like the true masters, and I don't mean masters of miniature painting, I mean masters of painting. Your Van Goghs and so on and so forth. Your true artists of human history. Go look at their art and tell me that they were doing smooth transitions. They were not. Sometimes they're, like, jarringly blocky. But that's not what you notice. That's not what your eye picks out. If you're using the right colors in the right places, your eye doesn't give a shit that the transitions aren't smooth. And you can spend all day long smoothing a transition, and if the colors you picked weren't right in the first place, it's not going to make any difference. It's still just going to look, okay. But if you pick the right colors for the right spot, which I'm not saying that I do that. Most of the time I don't think I do. But if you do, your transitions don't need to be that clean. Of course, that's a stylistic choice. Definitely put it on the Storm Report. I am looking forward to seeing that. And by the way, I figured I might as well mention, since we got at least one new person today, we've got a pretty cool thing we do every stream known as the Storm Report, which is nowhere near as intriguing as I make it sound. But what it is an audience share segment. So if you've got something you'd like to share, some piece of art you've been working on, something that is a work in progress now, something that you finished recently, something you finished a while ago and you're just extra proud of it and you'd like to show it off. A picture that you've taken, some cross-stitch that you've done. Nearly anything creative. I would love it if you felt like sharing it with us. I really, really would. And all you have to do to participate in the Storm Report is go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access using the button below the window where you see my smiling face, or hit !Discord in the chat for a link. Go into the channel, mark Storm Report, and post up to 4 pictures as of today because we did miss a stream. Normally, it is 3 pictures, But we did, in fact, miss a stream earlier this week, so we bumped that right on up.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. And as I reiterate, I'm not trying to say that you don't have lovely genitalia. You may. You very well may. They may be worthy of sharing. Maybe you have a career on OnlyFans. I can't possibly tell you that. All I know is we don't want to see it on the stream. That's all. It's just not the place for it. It's just not the place for it. Everything is about context, and this is the wrong context for your balls. But that said, as long as it's not, your junk, I would like to see just about anything you'd like to share on the Storm Report. It really is fun. Guys, I'm happy with how the Storm Report is done since we started doing it. It was just kind of a one-off thing. Well, obviously it wasn't the one-off thing. At the time, it was meant to be just kind of like, maybe we'll do this every now and then. But the response to it has been huge. And it's become the thing where it's like, I'm not doing a stream this week. And the first thing people ask, are we still doing the Storm Report? When do we get to do the Storm Report? My name's Chaotic Harmony, and I want to troll you in your own Discord. That is what he sounds like, weirdly. Like, I'm not even exaggerating that one. Of course, you have no way of knowing what Chaotic Harmony sounds like, because his voice is never in this stream. Right? Right? Yeah. Finally added some audio stuff to the Storm Report, first time in a while. I look forward to hearing it. I mean, I don't, because it's going to be stupid. But, I have to say that I do, just so that I sound like I'm being fair. Did we shout out Chaotic Harmony? I suspect we did, and I just wasn't looking. So if we did, definitely don't do it again. Two's too much. 2 shout-outs, that's getting crazy. Oh, there. Damn it. Thank you, Dark Fox. I suspected that was the case. Alright, one more quick round of highlights on top, and then we'll spatter some paint. Double dipped. 2 shoutouts. Dark Fox, get in there and remove all of his submissions from the Storm Report. I will not stand for this. No, don't do that. It's fine. Yeah, you better. You better enjoy it. You better fucking savor it. To 4, Roland. To 4 for today. And this is only because, we did go like almost an hour the last Storm Report that we did. In fact, we went for over an hour. Which is partially my fault. I confess. But we're trying to keep it to a dull roar, you know? No, that's not... I didn't say... One of my mods, please keep Chaotic Harmony in check. You know, as best you can. There's only so much you can do, but... Somehow managed to get a surprisingly nice transition from pink to green. Best part is it being blended with ruin, so now I'm just proving your point. I look forward to seeing it, Firestarter. There is a tendency in miniature painting in particular. There are fads. There are fads that go on in miniature painting, and you know it's because it's kind of a small but poppy community. We follow trends, and there are always new people getting into miniature painting. And there are, you know, tricks that get spread around. Like, I think a good example of that right now would be, did you know that you can undercoat yellow with pink? I'm not saying you can't, it's a great idea. But all that really represents is a very basic concept on the color wheel that you can apply to literally any color. If you take yellow and pink on the color wheel, look at their relationship, and then mimic that relationship with any other color, you've just found the ideal shadow color for whatever it is you're trying to put down. But all you're going to hear from the zeitgeist is, I probably just used that word wrong, but all you're going to hear is yellow and pink, yellow and pink, yellow and pink. I think non-metallic metal was one of those. It was one of those poppy fashion trends in miniature painting. What did I start talking about this for? What was I looking at? I was going to bring this around to something. I don't remember now. The point is you're wrong for some reason. Oh, smooth blends. Now, I don't think that smooth blends are quite as poppy, as trendy as the whole yellow-pink thing. They've been around for a lot longer. But there is this sort of common knowledge of this is how you paint that gets spread around. And smooth blends is, in my opinion, one of those things. That's what I mean. You don't really need them. You'll hear from everybody, ooh, do your wet blending, ooh, do this, ooh, do that, get your smooth blends, that's what's going to up your paint job. And sure, it's an easy way to make some colors look good, but that's not really the path forward to being an artist. It's not the right way. It's a way. It's a tool in the toolbox. That's all it is. And I guess that's what I'm really trying to say is... And I've said it before, I'm just going to say it again. There's no right way to paint a miniature. There's no wrong way to paint a miniature. The only right way is the way that works for you, the way that looks good for you. And the truly great miniature artists out there, the truly great miniature artists, are the ones who are making it the fuck up. Are the ones who are coming up with these new concepts, new ideas, new methods that then become trendy little fashion fads in the painting world for a little while. Like non-metallic metal. Like, nobody had heard of non-metallic metal until it started being done by... Where was it? I can see the model in my head. It made it into a magazine, and it really started the whole move of people going, oh my god, non-metallic metal. But it's not really the answer. It's an answer. And I maintain I don't even think it really looks that amazing most of the time. This is not to say it doesn't look good. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying everyone who does non-metallic metal is wrong. Obviously, I do it sometimes too, and I enjoy using some of the techniques. I'm just saying it's not the top tier. It's a method if you enjoy it. You can go paint one with house paint. Dude, fucking break all the rules, Kursala. No, you're absolutely right, Kursala. The reason that one became popular is because painting yellow is a bitch, and having a proper shadow color, having a proper base color to build it up on is extremely helpful. But what gets focused in on is those particular color combinations and not the overall principle of undershading, which really seems like the more worthwhile investment of time and energy to me. Have to weigh your interests too. Are you willing to invest that much time in painting? You want to get passable job? Yeah, it's all about purpose. I think non-metallic metals is a good example of what is your purpose in painting. Because I think non-metallic metals, SP Firestarter, thank you very much for the reminder. I'm actually going to make it water this time. Non-metallic metals look amazing for, like, photo competitions where you're taking a picture of a model from a golden angle. You can make it look unfucking believable. If you're painting something for tabletop to be viewed from all angles at roughly 3 to 4 feet, I don't think it looks very good. An underused technique is taking the essential principles of non-metallic metal and using them with metallic paint. Some people do this, and I think they look absolutely incredible. I think that's some of the best metallic paint jobs I've ever seen. But, you know, opinions. Opinions, guys. Just because I have one doesn't mean it should be yours. And besides, half my opinions are formed out of a desire to protect my own ego and my own incompetence.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
Bitches love metallics. And I don't want anyone to take what I just said as like an indictment of anyone's painting skills or methods. It's not what it is. It's more just an indictment of the hive mind mentality and the tendency for painting techniques to spread around the miniature painting universe sphere as this is how it needs to be done, and people beat themselves up for not being able to achieve them right off the bat, when I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy. I think it's wrong-headed.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
What's up, Papa Bear? Good to see you. And at no point should anything that I say be taken as some type of self-endorsement that I am one of these groundbreaking future painters who's pioneering techniques that your kids will be learning. I am none of those things. I don't even pretend to be good at the techniques that I criticize. I'm not. I just paint my way. I just paint my way, and I hope it looks okay at the end of the day. Pretty pleased with this purple on top. Let's go ahead and attempt a little wild and crazy paint spatter action. Oh, don't do that. Where is it? I have a toothbrush for just this purpose. I should get one for my teeth someday. I don't know. That's wonderful, Datron. One of the worst things for my morale as a painter was Instagram and Twitch. I know that feeling, Painted Ogre. It is so very, very difficult to... I mean, we talk about it a lot on here. It is difficult not to compare yourself to other painters. It's, you see something somebody did and you go, why aren't I that good? And a lot of the time, the reason for that is not immediately obvious. Like, the reason will often be, well, they've been painting for a lot longer than I have. But the real reason, what the things that experience has taught them will often be things like, well, they knew how to properly compose the colors on their model. Well, they knew what parts of their model to not paint. They knew just as much what not to do, which is often very important, in my opinion. It may be that they know how to prepare their photography environment and edit their photos better than you do. Some of the most eye-opening experiences I've ever had in miniature painting have been seeing a miniature on Instagram and then seeing that same miniature in real life and going, wait a second. Huh, slow down. You adjusted some settings here. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. You should learn to adjust your photo settings to make your model appear as good as you possibly can. I wouldn't say do it to a point that it looks like it doesn't look in real life, but, accentuate the best looking features of it. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't really know anything. I don't really know anything at all. Still got some white paint on here from the last time I did this. I'm just trying to kind of break it off. Work at a shop, and I have a privateer press grandmaster who frequents that store. It's infuriating that your stuff can't get to that level, but the most awesome moment is when you look at your work and you feel amazing about it. Stop comparing to those things. Casual robot, absolutely. Absolutely. Being proud, that's the thing. You can be proud. It's all about how you think about it. And what you're comparing to. That's why I say you should really only compare your work to your own work. Be inspired by other people's work. Look at what other people have done, analyze what it is that sets it apart from yours, and try to do those things. Absolutely do that, but don't feel bad because you didn't do exactly what someone else did. Develop your own style. Learn what it is about your painting that excites you. And be proud of what you do no matter what it is, even if you make a tiny bit of progress over the last model that you painted. And see, that's the question, Painted Ogre, that's the question of purpose. A lot of those models, like, it does you no good. If you're painting an army of figures, if you're painting, well, I gotta do 50 Beastmen. And then you go on Instagram and you look at this one Beastman that somebody painted that he spent 30 hours on, and you go, but it doesn't look as good as that. Like, yeah, no shit, it doesn't look as good as that. It's not what you were trying to do. That Flame Crow, I think I'm stuck because I don't know what to do next on this dragon. I'd love to take a look at it, Flame Crow. We have a little bit here on the stream. I don't know if you've ever participated in it. Called... Oh, that was too close. The Storm Report. Which is an audience share segment where you can post your pictures on our Discord, and we'll take a look at it at the end of the stream. And if you'd like some feedback on it, I would be happy to give you some. I can't guarantee it's going to be, like, meaningful or useful feedback, but I can certainly give you some. It's Machine God's girlfriend! Oh my god! Carbonic Acid, what are you doing? Gifting 5 subs going out to Majin Who Laughs, Crossbow Roof, Soul Sworn, Casual Robot, and the Flame Crow. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Carbonic Acid. Good advice deserves gifts. I mean, I hope it's good advice. More than anything, I hope it's helpful advice, even if it isn't good advice. Sometimes you don't really need good advice, you just need someone to give you a little boot in the ass, you know how it is?
You start to delve into the duality of good and evil.
I'm just here for the fumbles.
Which side was
It's fumbles. It was always fumbles.
Maybe it's time we all gave even a chance. Even the devil needs a
The Signa Army was a list he played exclusive that looked amazing, but he didn't play anything else.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it.
Great job, Trouser Snake.
It's fumbles. It was always fumbles. Now let's see if this is going to do what I want. Okay, you see that?
fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Look at that. That's exactly what you want. The trick to this is you get a little bit of paint on there, you wipe most of it off just like you would if you were dry brushing. Draw your thumb back along it, and it's going to flick paint in this direction. I have not soul sworn. I admit I have reenacted that one maybe a time or two, because I think it's particularly funny. To be fair, though, I've watched pretty much all of Robot Chicken an unhealthy number of times. Yes, away from your eyeballs. Do not flick it into your eyes. It can help to give it a flick or two before you actually go to your mini. Just to get the right amount of paint on there, because there's definitely such a thing as too much. Alright, let's try this out. Let's go ahead and ruin this mini real quick. Yep. I flicked a chunk of paint off. Now I need to pull it up. I'm gonna show you how to do this technique and then immediately fuck it up. Luckily, water fixes all things. Or at least all things that are water soluble. One particularly chunky piece came off and went into this little divot here, but that's easily fixed. So let's fix it and try again. The issue here, honestly, is that I did this with this brush before and then I never cleaned it, so there's kind of a few chunks of paint that are coming off of it now. Hey, what's up, Headshot? Good to see you. My right hand does have paint on it now, you're not wrong. I'm out of gloves. I gotta go get some more gloves. Well, I'm not out. I have like one more box of it, but... And I'm gonna try using these bristles that I haven't used yet on the bottom of the brush. I think that'll work. Certainly should. Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. This is wet. This is wet! Get that water off there and then try. I also don't want to do too much of it in any one spot. Like I kind of just did all over. I think I can work with that. You can always go in and remove some of them. Got a little bit of a white splorp there on top, but other than that I got a decent spread of kind of a starry sky look. That's going to get painted over, so I'm not worried about it. I think that'll work. Where do you get your gloves? I pick them up at Costco. Headshot! Thank you so much for the bits, man! 50 Shades should not be disabled, it should work just fine. Did you do one recently? Might you be on a short cooldown? Somebody else try exclamation point 50 Shades for me. There is a little bit of a cooldown on the voice clips. Somebody other than Machine God try exclamation point 50 Shades.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Yep.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
That was it. I'm going to use some of my original. This is my Dr. P.H. Martin's Violet ink. I'm just using that to get this real deep spot here where I didn't mean to get white into. And we'll clean up a few other spots. I mean, it is a random paint effect, and you kind of have to just sort of roll with the results sometimes. You control it as much as you can. We've got a decent spattering of a kind of a starry sky look. That's something you can do with this also, that I rather like. And you don't necessarily have to use a white paint, a pure white either. You can use a warm white or a yellow even. I just went with white because I'm only going to be doing a little bit of it. And you can come in and pick out a star or a point that you like and shape it a little bit. Bearing in mind, I'm not an expert on this technique. I've done it a couple of times. Like right here. I'm going to create a little sparkle effect. badly. One star here that's shining brighter than the others. Maybe another over here. Have to go do a voice audition thing. Gotta call back. We're doing script reading. Chaotic Harmony, break a leg check. Could we get a good luck to my man, Chaotic Harmony, going off to do a voice audition? He needs all the luck he can get. No, he doesn't really. He's actually very talented. So what do you think, Kat? We've got kind of a field of stars and a couple shining a little bit brighter than the others. Look enough like a night sky for you? I think it'll look better once I can get some better pictures of it and it's not just on my cheap-ass camera. I think it's a pretty cool effect, though. I might come in and do a couple of glazed smears of green and yellow for like a nebula sort of thing. Thanks, random chaotic stranger who gave me a sub, whatever that is, Soulsworn. Now you don't have to watch commercials, and you can use our array of voice commands as a subscriber. For instance, you can right now enter exclamation point 50 Shades 2 and see what happens. Clean up these parts because I don't want to have stars on these parts. These are going to get their own highlights. $50 Shades 2 is not that bad. 3 was right out. 3 was pretty bad. 3 was fucking redacted. 3 is in that warehouse where they took the Ark of the Covenant, you know? Let's go. Why? It's like it's not working just for you, Machine God. I'm not sure why that is. That should not be the case, and I'm sorry. Oh. No, it's because there is no 50 Shades 3. Machine God tried 2. I'm sorry. No, there is no 50 Shades 3. It was fucking removed. There's 50 Shades 2, and then there's 50 Shades 4, and 50 Shades 5.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey.
There we go.
Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
I still don't know what eyes alight with disappointment even looks like or means, but apparently it's just, it's where we are. It's all good. I want to do the antenna. Top men. You know, that's not a bad idea. Maybe we could make that our tier 3 emote, because I've got Babin right now working on 2 emotes, and I told her to hold off on the one that was going to involve a butt, because a butt as an emote is apparently not a thing that Twitch is going to let me do. I should ask for her interpretation of what eyes alight with disappointment looks like. Because I have no idea. I have no clue what that could possibly mean. I'm going to use a color that I just picked up to do some highlights on these legs called Snow Shadow, which I've actually really been liking this color. I appreciate what you tried to do there, Sentient Pickle, but if I'm asking her what it looks like, then that would mean she knows what it looks like because I do it. If she did it to me, I would already know what it looks like. See what I mean? So again, I applaud your effort, but didn't quite work. Beyonce. Is it Beyonce? Because I look at it and I see Beyonce, but with a V. But it could also be Veyance. Oh, Veyance. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. And sorry for the bullshit. It's never going to stop, though. It's never going to stop. That's just not how we do. You know what? That's actually a little too blue. A little too blue. I'm going to mix in a little bit of my game-colored Ghost Gray. It's pronounced like Beyonce, but with a V. See, I had it right. I had it right. I'm a smart guy. That may be the only example of me being a smart guy, but I'm going to roll with it. You know? What's up, Beyonce? How you doing? This highlight mixed up, and then actually I should dig into the undercarriage parts, but we're going to do this first. SMRT smart. What, cats? You're out of control. Somebody take this girl's debit card away. Restrict her PayPal. Giving out all these gift subs. Cat, thank you so much. Though it's true, you get the full Thunderhead experience with a subscription because now you get to taunt me with Chaotic Harmony's voice, should it please you. Which, so far, it does seem to please people.
Yo, I heard you liked Battlemechs, so I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
One day, somebody's gonna do that one, and my 3D printer is actually going to break. And, I mean, it won't be related. It'll be because I failed to do maintenance on it for months at a time. But I'm gonna blame it on that person. I just want you to know before it happens. Every time you do it, you're rolling the dice. That's gonna be the day my printer goes
there's
tits up.
something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter. As
you can tell, being a subscriber has, like, major benefits, getting to play all these awful jokes. Just awful jokes. How are we a stream? How is this still happening? Is this a dream that I've been having since February? I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be like, oh, that was stupid from the start. There's no stream. Come on. I've got 3 followers and I imagined most everything else. How does one put a battle mech in a battle mech? SP Firestarter, are you familiar with the Centurion from the Warhammer 40k Space Marine line? Because that's the answer. What is the answer you're looking for? Well, maybe not the answer you're looking for, but it's the answer you're gonna get. So, you know, deal with it. Now, Kat, I did consider what you were saying about doing an actual, like, cloud effect on these legs. But, again, the Locust is just so small. It's just so physically small. I'm dealing with, like, millimeters here to do panel lining, and it's already winding up a little bit sloppy. Now, if you want to do an effect like that on a slightly larger mech, I'm open to it. On the Locust, you kind of have to pick your battles. Next mech I paint, Bolt, Wolf Hunter, or Vapor Eagle. Get good. Puck Duncher with the insightful and cutting critique. As always, Puck Duncher, good to see you. How are things? Rolled a die and it said Vapor Eagle. You have a die that says Vapor Eagle on it? That's a weird die. I'm messing up my elbow somehow. What am I resting it on? Oh. Used D6 and made a table. Well, I mean, yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke, Dark Fox, for God's sake. You're lamier. You're Lumiere. Lumiere. And we transition from bad English into French. But I mean, what's the difference, really? Ah!
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Let's just go ahead and fix that. You're Luminara. Yeah, I mean, she was pretty badass. Unfortunately, we do know, thanks to... Kat, you're watching Rebels, right? So you know where Luminara winds up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That sucks. Yeah, good thing that's the truth. Good thing that wasn't a metal model. It would have exploded. Or smashed another model beneath it. Something else equally irritating. Some part of me does miss the good old days back when if you had a Space Marine Dreadnought and you were losing a game, you could beat your opponent to death with it, but more than anything, I'm glad they're gone, for the most part. The old take your army and put it in a sock. You got yourself a weapon. little transition area in there I want to get another purple for to highlight. I'm going to take this straight to Ghost Gray for some lower highlights. I mean, higher highlights, but physically lower.
You're going to get stuffed in a box.
You don't want to wind up in that box. Like, it sounds fun, you know? You get stuffed in a box by a cat. It's not a fun box. That's a bad box. I made that box. It's cheap, and it's hot outside. I just like to demonstrate, don't do what I just did. One of the dumbest things you could possibly do. You have paint on your brush and you need to reach a thing of water, so reach over the model that you're painting with the paint-loaded brush. It's a terrible fucking idea. I'm lucky it didn't do anything bad. How come you don't have an eyedropper or a pipette of just water? Because I am lazy. Is that what you want to hear? Dark Fox, you trying to humiliate me? You trying to humiliate me in front of my own I'm kidding. No, I often will. Honestly, right now, it's because I need to get more pipettes. I only have a few of them left, and I'm saving them for when I need to transfer paints into my airbrush cup. So right now I'm just using loaded brushes. It's not the best excuse, but it is one. You ever run into problems with paint drying on your wet palette because you live in dry Colorado? I do, Puck Duncher. That's why I transitioned to a wet palette, is because I was used to using just a porcelain palette, and I had paint drying like on my brush as it moved from the palette to the mini, so I switched to the wet palette. And yeah, I still have issues with it sometimes, but it's much better than it was. And you know, everything's relative, so relatively speaking, it's much better. But yeah, living in Colorado means your paint dries so quickly. I'll have moments when I'm trying to paint a mini, and I'll load up my brush, and I'll move it up, and I'll look at chat, and I'll get distracted by something somebody says, and then you'll notice by the time I then go to put my brush down, I'm like, oh, this is dry. Now, Cat, okay. If you want, I could see doing a lightning bolt down each leg on the hip here. One right here, and maybe one right here. Let me know if that's what you want to do. I can do that. These big, wide hip joints on the Locust actually could work pretty well for that, I think. It's going to wind up being a bit of a busy paint job, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. Alright, we'll give it a shot. I need to refresh this a little bit with some of my icy violets. Just one on the left. We can do that. If only I can remember what colors I used for it last time. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure I remember which ones. I mean, the pipette dropper bottle thing is less necessary if I do what I mean to do, which is just keep the water right next to my wet palette. Otherwise, yeah, that is a good idea. Should go up and do the cockpit here before long. I'm going to hit it one more time with my base brown that I'm using because I got a little bit of star stuff on it. Mo, Nix, thank you so much for the host. You don't get hosted very often. Guess I'm just not cool enough, you know? Oh, ho hum. Ho hum. How you doing, Mo Nix? It's because everybody in my chat is speaking French. Actually, I don't think Mo Nix is a... I think she speaks Spanish, actually, in her chat. I'm just betraying the fact that I'm an ignorant American. Like Spain Spanish, rather than South American Spanish. Portuguese. God damn it. See, I suspected that I was an idiot. But I didn't have confirmation until right now. And now I know that I am, in fact, an idiot. Thank you so much, Mo Nix. I apologize. It's embarrassing. Well, I'll tell you what, I know languages real good. I know how to talk to people in the north part of America, in the south part of America, and on the east part of America, and even some people in the west part of America. And you know, them Californians, they're some strange folk. So you gotta look out. I do know Arabic, but what the fuck good has that done me? How many times have people come in here and be like, ah, the marhaban? Zero. 0 times. Ahlan wa sahlan. No, that's never happened. Well, thank you so much for the host, and thanks for being here, Mo Nix. I mean, it's hard to go too wrong with transliterations, Rogue 19K. But I get what you're going for. The Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Or my personal favorite Arabic phrase, fuck it in the butt. Technically, that's a slight mispronunciation. It would be fuck it in da butt. Well, okay, that depends. That depends on what dialect you're speaking and how long it's been since you've spoken Arabic. It has been quite some time for me. Soulsport, you have any idea how long it's been since I have read Arabic? I'm not doing it. I got Min in the middle of there. I haven't read Spider Speech in some time. And most of what I remember are just the funny sounding phrases. Ah, you say that, Siestinator, until you had to fucking write it, man. I mean, it's a well put together language. It's just that there are these unwritten diacritic marks. Like even what Soulsworn put right there, you have to kind of know what it says already because most of their words have a 3-letter root. And the same 3 letters will be the root for, well, they won't be the root, but they will be different words. You'll spell it exactly the same way, but then you'll put different diacritic marks above or below the letters, which will slightly change the pronunciation and thus change the meaning of the word. And you don't write the diacritic marks unless you're doing academic Arabic. So if someone's just writing Arabic casually, you have to determine what the words are partially based on context. And that just comes with practice. And if there's one thing I have not done in a long time, it's practice. Alright, what am I doing? I'm gonna do some highlights before I go to those lightning bolts. It is in fact frustrating. And no, you're absolutely right, Painted Ogre. It is far from the only language that does that. Far from the only language in the region that does that. I mean, it's fairly elegant when you know how to read it, but if you're not familiar with the diacritic marks, or if you're new to the language and somebody's not using them, it can be very confusing. For God's sake, if you don't know what the right diacritic marks are and somebody writes the name of the city Bethlehem, you can think they just wrote House of Meat. It's not what it means. But without the marks, it's fucking House of Meat. Today on Teaching with Thunderhead, no, for the love of God, do not, under any circumstances, think that I'm trying to teach you anything. No. Don't take what I am telling you and use it anywhere. You are almost guaranteed to be wrong. And then it depends on, I mean, the slang in particular depends so much on what country you're coming from, but that's true of English, too. I remember that our Sudanese teacher taught us, we were asking him, what phrase would I use to say I masturbate? And literally what he taught us was a phrase that says, I pollute myself. I'm like, that kinda makes sense. Yeah, okay, I get that. Istemni. I pollute myself. Was he? No, he wasn't Sudanese. He was Moroccan. Yeah. The Sudanese had their whole own layer of slang. Our Moroccan teacher was a lot of fun, though. He had the worst t-shirts. You know those shirts you go down to the flea market? And there's the shirts that are like cheap-ass vinyl, and they'll have, like, bright green flames on them and shit, or they will have, in fact, in this case, literally, they'll have just a big print of, like, Al Pacino and Scarface. He wore that shirt. He loved that shirt. Just a big ol' fucking Tony Montana. He loved it. It was a terrible it was an awful shirt. But he was really into Tony Montana, apparently. Whatever. Your wife called you moon runes? My God. This is just plain old coal black I'm putting down right now, by the way. It doesn't show up much, but it's going to help with the transitions to my highlights. Ah, I see. I see. So that'd be stupid cat. Is that what you called you? Shawarma. Now, it's also worth noting that any Arabic I know is primarily academic modern standard Arabic, which is not actually that useful outside of, like, colleges. That's the first thing they teach you when the government finishes teaching you modern standard Arabic, is, that's great, you know how to speak MSA, good for you. Now forget everything you learned, because now you have to learn a dialect, and that dialect is going to be completely fucking different from everything that we taught you. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. I got modern standard Arabic and I got a bit of Iraqi. And then I got a lot of curse words in Moroccan. I will admit, though, that the most fun that I had learning Arabic was in some of the ways that my teachers, who were native speakers, would speak English. It was actually helpful because you realize, like, oh, okay, like, this is how they're structuring their sentences, this is how they're thinking about it, and it kind of helps... It helps you to understand, to put the English words in a different order to sort of picture how the Arabic words are supposed to go together. But some of them were just so, like, they clearly didn't realize some of the context of what they were saying. We had a teacher one time, she wasn't Sudanese, what was she? I don't remember what she was. Usted, fuck, what was her name? I can't remember her name now. But I remember she was teaching us how to use the imperative form of words. And the verb was... I don't remember exactly what the verb was, but it was like to lower oneself, to go down, technically, which doesn't have, you know, the same context that it does for American slang. But the words that came out of her mouth were, you know, sometimes you go down because you want to go down, and sometimes you go down because he makes you go down. Like, no, never say that to anyone. Don't ever use those words again, please, usted. That does not mean what you think it means. We had an Iraqi teacher who tried to, before he was giving us any of the dialect specifics, he was just trying to give us a primer on the differences between some of the dialects we had learned and what Iraqi was like. And I get what he was saying now. Iraqi's a little, it's not brutal. Brutal's not the right word. It's, bombastic, if you will. Iraqi's a bit bombastic. But the way he described it was, he was like, you know, Sudanese would be kind of like, it is moving along at a certain pace, and then Iraqi, it is coming in your face like, ah. I remember it, because that's exactly what he said. It is coming in your face like, ah. Thank you. Thank you for that. In a way, it's true. Iraqi is coming in your face like, yeah. He's not wrong. He just maybe could have used a little bit more time on English before he described it. That's all. Though to his credit, they were the right English words, and you know, he was being very descriptive. He just didn't realize he was speaking to people with a relative maturity level of like 13-year-olds. Are we not doing phrasing anymore? How you doing, Hethrear? More than anything, though, I still laugh at sometimes you go down because you want to go down, and sometimes you go down because he makes you go down. It's a perfect explanation. It really is. Do you have a place where you got a picture of your setup? I think I've posted some pictures of it. What channel? In at least one channel on the Discord. I think on the Instagram I've got a picture of my overall setup, Casual Robot. I posted one fairly recently because I installed this light arch. Was it in Showcase? It might have been in Showcase. I would look on my Instagram and I would look in the Showcase channel on the Discord. If you can't find it, ping me and I'll post it again. I mean, generally, yeah, Casual Robot, that's true. In the Discord, in a very general sense. Howdy, 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 what's up, Downslide? Oh, I did it wrong, it's more of a... Well, no, I was thinking of... You know what, never mind. I was going to do a Matthew McConaughey, and then I realized that was actually alright, 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 which is different than howdy, howdy, howdy. Damn it. Oh, well. How you doing, Downslide? It's good to see you, man. Absolutely, Casual Robot. I do what I can. Like I said, if you are unable to find it, or if the search becomes too arduous, do let me know, and I'll post it again for you. I'm always happy to share pictures of my setup. I'm proud of it. It's come a long way. I believe Showcase. I believe Showcase. That seemed like if I were posting the picture right now, I would choose Showcase to post it in. Almost certainly. What do you mean, Soulsworn? I mean, it's right here. It is a sponge, and specifically it's the sponge that I got with I got the Stay Wet handy palette. I didn't like the acrylic sheets that it came with. I think they're designed for a different style of painting, so I replaced those with some parchment paper. But other than that, it is the same sponge that came with the Stay Wet handy palette. No dice. I posted it somewhere. I'm sorry. I'll tell you what I'll do, though. I will go ahead and post a picture of it after we get done. Casual Robot. I will post it in Showcase, and I will tag you if your name on Discord is the same as it is here. gonna go eat pizza. That cool? Only if you bring me pizza. Cat, come on. Bring me some pizza. And then you can have some. No, that's fine. Cat, you have a fantastic dinner. Chat, could we wish a very happy
don't
pizza?
Respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
And God knows I don't want that. Could we wish a very happy pizza-ing to Cat Ion as she goes forth to pizza? I always wish a happy pizza-ing on everybody. Pizza is one of the great things in life. It is one of my few true joys. But everyone enjoys it as much as I do. I even enjoy bad pizza. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Bad pizza's still pretty good. Now, obviously, there's a threshold there. There is bad pizza that's not pretty good at all. But I mean, you know, I ate a lot of pizza on military bases, so I'll eat that Peter Pan shit. That is not good. That is not good pizza. I'm sorry, Peter Pan is terrible. But I'll eat it. Oh, I'll eat it. Stream as well and did a bolt action paint stream for D-Day this year and found my setup woefully underachieving. Well, I will do what I can to help you get that figured out because, man, nobody should work against their own tools. And streaming setups are a little counterintuitive at times. It took me a long time. Well, a number of the people here in chat have been with me since the beginning of this stream, which I guess isn't that long. It's since the beginning of the year, since January. I've been streaming, but most of them have been here for multiple iterations of my setup, and they can tell you it has sucked at times. We have a whole command for reminding me to stay on camera because my previous setups I would just sort of drift out of frame constantly. Scored a sealed copy of MechWarrior 3, the Mech Collection, and Mech Commander Gold for a whopping $110. That's actually pretty cool, Machine God. If it's still sealed. Originals, that's neat. Now he just drifts out of consciousness on occasion.
Stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I'm not old, Hathrear. I'm drunk. And there's a difference. Possibly old and drunk. Maybe not a great combo, but you're not my mom. So, you know, there we go. 5 more casual robot. Thank you so much for that, man. 5 gift subs. More people who can harass me through the voice of chaotic harmony. Joy! You're not wrong. You are not wrong. She makes Karen seem kind of appealing. She wants to speak to your manager. Oh, she does. Yeah, we disabled therapy because it was hurting my feelings. And because, you know, we talk about our feels. We do talk about our feels here on the stream. Mankulam redeemed hydrate. Thank you very much for the reminder. I do need reminders. Puck Duncher, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill. The effect that I'm achieving, Colonel Matthew Stein, it's nothing particularly special.
There's
it is
something
a
about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
It's just his allergies. It's the very, very loosely non-metallic metal, sort of textured gunmetal look that I'm going for. Deep shadows on the bottom, using blue tones in my blacks. If I'd been thinking about it, I probably would have gone with a warmer color to contrast it against all the cool tones across the rest of the mech, but I'm kind of just leaning into the cool tones on this one. And I do these little hash marks just to give it kind of like a brushed metal texture. I'm going to do another highlight on top of this, which is why I'm not too worried about being pretty broad with this one. But because it's metal, I try to only hit the top parts of it with this. Well, it's supposed to be metal. It's not actually, I mean, it's plastic. You know, what are you going to do? What goes over the coal black? Oh, so it was coal black mixed with black, and then it was coal black, and then it was coal black mixed with Vallejo Ghost White, which is just a real cool white. Absolutely, Hethrier. Absolutely, I am. It's going to come up to a gold yellow for the cockpit. So ultimately what I'm doing is just working through very, very gray blues for the weapons, undercarriage, so on and so... Ooh, I forgot about the hip joints, actually. Thank you for noting that. Otherwise I wouldn't have been thinking about it. It really is an awesome line downslide. I always love that line. I don't know if it's true that he improvised it, but that was the story that went around.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. I didn't want to forget about the hip joint. It's a small area, but having a little bit of color in there really helps. Bought a new gun, World War I era. I'd love to see it, Gear Falcon. What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? How do you improve brush control? I suck. Well, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one because the answer almost always is practice, which is not the answer everybody wants to hear. But as far as things you can implement right now for brush control, I don't know what your technique is. I can say that when I'm painting, both of my elbows are on the desk, and my hands are touching at essentially all times. If you watch, first of all, using a painting handle definitely helps, and you'll notice that I always have at least my pinky touching my other hand. I'll often have my hands pushed together, or I'll be pushing with my my ring finger as I work. Moving your fingers very, very close to the bristles, like I'll often do here, certainly helps. If you're holding it way out here, it's a lot trickier. Like, you can get broader strokes, but it's harder to control exactly where the tip of your brush is going. So you hold it real up close here, and I tend to do a pretty good grip. I'll even, I'll put my fingers in here, and then I'll kind of pinch them with my my thumb and my forefinger. And that takes all the shake out of it, because my hands can shake around like this all day long, and I'm still right up in here. The shake will transfer to both of my hands, so it doesn't really make any difference whatsoever. The other thing I can say for brush control, and this one seems kind of counterintuitive, but quick strokes. Honestly, quick, confident strokes are almost always going to be straighter and cleaner than hesitant strokes. I know that the temptation is to go really slow to get it just so, but even if the stroke doesn't go exactly where you want it, it's going to be cleaner if you are willing to just shoop, bring it right through. I would also note that I too prefer quick stroke. I can't give advice without it turning into a masturbation joke. It's too much for my audience, you know? It's too much. But it is serious advice. Quick, confident strokes helps. It helps me a lot, anyway. I'll tell you something else that helps. Stop caring. I know that doesn't sound like good advice, but sloppy painting, honestly, will if you just go with it and be willing to clean up your work. Be less concerned with getting it right the first time and be more willing to go in and clean it up afterwards, and I think you'll like your work more. Yeah, the A-frame. This is very much what I'm doing here. My elbows are on the desk, my hands are together, and I'm at eye level with my model. Perfect is the enemy of done. I couldn't have said it better myself. And that goes right on along with practice. Paint more models, finish more models, and over time, your brush strokes will just improve naturally. Also, make sure you're using a good brush. A sable brush. It will save you so much headache. Something with a nice tip on it. I'm currently using an Artist Opus. I can't really... Like, it's a great brush. I have a hard time recommending it because it's as expensive as it is. I get good luck or good work out of Winsor & Newton's Series 7 sable brushes, and I know that Steiner Miniatures has a line on some good ones from Game Envy. I haven't used them, but he does fantastic work with them. I know the feeling, Soulsworn, I really do. Eventually, I just have to let it go and be like, look, I'm painting random rebels. They can look like shit, you know? Just got 2 Series 7s in the mail today. Yeah. Yes, Series 7s are good. I'm not even going to acknowledge it, Hethrier. I'm just going to move on. You can't make me. Can't make me acknowledge your jokes. You can try. But it won't work. I play Imperial. If I screw up even the smallest thing in a Stormtrooper, looks like I might as well just light it on fire. Soulsworn, I'll tell you what helps me. When I fuck something up on a model, you know what I tell myself? That's where the battle damage goes. When I come back over it later with some black on a sponge to just put some little bits of damage on them, I'm like, boop, right there where I fucked it up. That's where the damage goes. That helps me a great deal. Funny as before, I used to have trouble picking suitably random spots, you know, random, in air quotes, to put battle damage. I just make it the parts where if I screw something up on a model, I'm like, that doesn't look good. Let's just blop some rust on it. There you go, all fixed. And also remember, Soulsworn, particularly when you're painting a squad of miniatures, I need you guys to help me with something real quick. Can you help me with something real quick? The phrase that I was taught to describe this phenomenon is a terrible phrase that I hate saying. I hate saying it. It is the cheerleader effect. I feel bad every time I say it. I feel like it's demeaning and it's sexist. And it is, fundamentally. The phenomenon is that each one individually does not look that good. But when you put them all together in a group, they look fucking great. There has to be a better word for it. There has to be a better phrase for it. Because I hate saying that. But the principle holds true. Particularly as it applies to squads in war games. The individual minis may not look amazing. But you put them together as a group, and the little flaws that you're going to see in them all just kind of disappear. The squad effect, I mean, yeah, that works. I don't think it's the 3-foot effect, Casual Robot. That's a different thing. The 3-foot effect, or what I call the average viewing distance effect, that applies to every model, including individual characters. And what I recommend for the 3-foot effect is that periodically while you're painting a model and you're right here, take your model and hold it out at arm's length and go, does this look good? The squad sites, that's better than what I've been saying. Group attractiveness effect. There has to be something better. That doesn't make me feel like a monster for saying it. Crowd blindness. Soulsworn, that's fantastic. I love that. Crowd blindness. Yes. Let's just say at the time I was taught that phrase, you know, it was a different time. It was a different world. Different climate. And I don't want to learn a different phrase because I'm afraid of being called out. I want to learn a different phrase because every time I say it, I feel bad. I feel like, oh, it's mean, isn't it? Well, it absolutely is, Casual Robot. But for my own personal lexicon, when I hear 3-foot effect, what I hear is take the model and move it away from yourself to understand how it's really going to look at average viewing distance. Which is similar, but it's not really what I'm talking about. Though that is something I constantly remind people of, is we as painters have a tendency to stare at a model at this distance for hours, and we forget this is not where people are going to be looking at the model. It's not even where we're going to be looking at the model most of the time. Most of the time it's going to be at arm's length, at a minimum. And then there's the third leg effect. No, we're not. No, Sentient Pickle, no. Not doing that. Also, that's called the Thunderhead effect, I'll have you know. I coined that one. Also feel like the 3-foot effect also works against me. For instance, with the Banshee I did last week, spent so much time on little details like lunging, which I really like, but from 3 feet away, those details aren't even noticeable. Puck Duncher, yes. That is exactly what it'll do to you. You will work forever on a super subtle transition that looks amazing right here. And then you'll put it on the table and you'll be like, I can't fucking see it. And it's one of the reasons that I always push, I tell people, push high contrast. Because high contrast looks good. It might not look good right up in your face when you're squinting at it, but it'll look amazing on the table. So always know why you're painting. Because yeah, if you're painting for like a competition, then by all means, paint the super tiny details and the super subtle transitions, because the only way anybody's going to see it is super close scrutiny. But if you're painting an army, don't paint like that. It's not what you want. Oops. Easily fixed. we go. I paint for affirmation from strangers via the Storm Report. Well, you've distilled the Thunderhead effect right there. I paint so that strangers will praise me, and I will feel less sad about the failure that is my life. Wait. Well, maybe that was too honest. Ugh. Therein lies the soul of my charm.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
But you know, you have to ask yourself just how much you want to multiply your shame. Yeah, if you feel like you're devoting too much time to something, you probably are. There's nothing wrong with getting to a point of painting a model where you feel tired with it and just going, you know what? I'm done. You know what? It's finished. It's over. This paint job is complete and moving on. Go over it real quick. Make sure that you didn't miss anything really obvious that you definitely wanted to do when you started painting it. Maybe hit those points, and then call it a day, man. You'll be happier. And if you're happier, you'll paint better. Shit. That entire time, and I did no highlights on the antenna, and I meant to be. Damn it! All the highlights that I just did on the weapons and ankles, I meant to do them on the antenna, too. Farts. Oh well. Let's go back. I hate it when I do that. I'm trying to do something like do an actual process. Hey, Fang and Claw Hobbies, good to see you. Can we get a shout out? Could we please get a shout out for Fang and Claw Hobbies, an excellent painter who, if you enjoy watching painting streams, you should absolutely go and take a look at. One of my personal favorite painting streams. But you know, if you miss a part or something like that, do what I'm doing right now. Go back and do a quick half-ass job. Don't tell Kat that I'm doing a half-ass job. Nope. In fact, erase this part of the stream for later. I guess I have to do that, actually. Citadel paints are, in fact, the devil. Yeah, no, the Storm Report submissions don't strictly have to be mini-related, you guys. Like, they often are, because of the nature of the stream, but don't feel like they have to be. We have a number of people who post non-mini-related things fairly often. The only common theme for the Storm Report is creativity. If it's something you've done that's creative, I want you to share it. Not just for us to see it, which I like to see the stuff that you're doing, but because I know how important it can be to share your work. It's a mental thing. Getting your work out there, getting opinions, getting thoughts, and moreover, getting used to putting yourself out there is hugely important in my opinion. No, that's exactly the opposite of what I said to do, Firestarter. Damn it. Casual Robot, that is exactly my point. It's not the Citadel paint is bad, in my opinion. It's that it's in a fucking pot. And those pots are the damn devil, and it's wildly overpriced for what it is. It's both overpriced and in an inferior container. And that irritates me. The paint itself is not bad. You can obviously do fantastic work with Citadel paint. There are only legions of painters who are paid to do that. And by legions, I mean, you know, a handful. Just always note that. When you see people online, the big guys, your Duncans out there painting and being like, just take a little Citadel paint and mix it up and do this and use this Citadel color, and they're getting paid. They're fucking getting paid to push Citadel paints on you. It's not that there aren't better options out there. Okay, not all the time they're not getting paid, but a lot of the big names who use it are in fact getting paid, or at least getting free paints out of the deal. But the thing is that while they're good paints, there are better paints that come in dropper bottles, and you will thank yourself for using them. Now, that's not to say they don't have products that are perfectly good in pots. I think their washes are perfectly fine in pots. I think their dry brush compounds are perfectly fine in pots. Yeah, Duncan is freelance now. That's true. Oh, Duncan. As much as I make fun of him for using Citadel paints, Duncan is a fantastic fucking painter. M-C-B-T-V. All 5 of those letters. Yeah, that was 5 letters. I can count. Woo! What's up, McB? The Burger Lord himself coming down with a raid, and Amax tossing a coin to her bitcher. What's up, Amax? How you doing? I know it said Witcher. I think that's funnier. You know, what are you gonna do? Oh, Valley of Plenty, which is, of course, my nickname for the Amax. I don't know how and I don't know when, but one day she's gonna make me fucking suffer. She's gonna find a way, and it's gonna suck. So, I need to make it worthwhile while I can, you know? I don't know exactly what she's gonna do. I'm not gonna enjoy it. Thank you so much for the raid, McB. How was the stream, man? Sorry I didn't get to hang out. Every day is gutter mind day around here. I mean, come on, really, name a day that we haven't had our minds in the fucking gutter. Let's be realistic. I'm gonna do a little bit of work on the cockpit. We are working on a viewer-redeemed mech today. I have Soma. I haven't played it. Is it good? I kind of wanted to watch, but, you know, my stream was going on, so, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Pulling out some Reaper Lantern Yellow to work on the cockpit here. We are painting a Battletech Locust for our mod, Cat Ion. We're doing it in the colors of the Stormchaser's Merc Company, which so far has been purple and magenta. And then she wanted to go for kind of like an upper stratosphere thing, so we've got kind of like a starry sky effect here on the upper part, and then sort of a cloudy effect down towards the feet. All in all, it's a wild paint job. You said cock. Good and stressful. I do want to check that game out. Like I said, I think I own it. I feel like maybe Epic Game Store gave it to me for free? Is that possible? I feel like that happened. They gave me something for... Maybe it was Observer. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I gave in very early on the Epic Game Store thing because they were offering me free games, and I am a bit of a whore. So, you know, what are you going to do? Pink cockpit or bust. Or bust out that pink cockpit, as it were. Ugh. I'm ashamed of myself for even saying that. Got Observer for free, and I think I bought Soma. I swear I've got Soma. I don't know where I got it. Maybe I bought it when it was on sale? Either way, I'm interested to hear how it actually is. It's a bit too thick. This is a bit too thick, need to thin down. Like Observer meets Bioshock. Oh, okay. It looked creepy. That doesn't necessarily always mean that it is creepy, though. Passive horror puzzle game. Oh, okay. I enjoy a nice creepy game. They don't even have to be that, like, graphically involved if they're well written. There's like a straight up pixelated game I have on like a pixel art style game on Steam called No One Lives Under the Lighthouse. And yeah, maybe I got it because I'm obsessed with The Lighthouse with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. That's entirely possible. And maybe I got it thinking, oh, this will be fun. It'll be like homoerotic horror. It's not. But it's still pretty fun and creepy. Is there anything redeeming about Citadel paints at all, quality-wise? They have a good thick pigmentation to them. If I were to say something good about Citadel paints, I would say that they have a wonderful kind of paint-by-numbers system you can use. And they're good for new painters. They'd be good for new painters if they came in pots. In that you want to be like, well, I don't know what colors I need to use. I'm not good at mixing my own colors. I really need someone to tell me what color do I put where. You can look at a box of painted models from Games Workshop, and you can pick up precisely the colors that they used, and you can just paint it. And be like, well, this color goes here, and that color goes here, and then this wash goes on there. And it's a very easy way to get through painting. Until you learn how to mix your own colors, at which point you should stop doing that. Well, I shouldn't say should. You should paint however works for you. That's what you should do. That's part of my problem, Soulsworn, when people ask me, and I'll have people ask me, like, what colors did you use on this model? And I'll be like, well, I sort of mixed this color and the other color until I thought it looked good, and then I put it on, and then I didn't like it, and then I mixed this color with another color, and then I painted that over it, and then the mixture made a color I liked. Like, it's not helpful information. But unfortunately, it's how I do it a lot of the time. The Flame Crow. Hey, Flame Crow, what's up? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Flame Crow, I feel like I just saw you follow me on Instagram, and I was checking out some of your stuff. Really impressive work, man. Really, really nice. Johnny Sly Cooper 13. Which is a massive improvement over Johnny Sly Cooper 1 through 12. I don't know about you guys, but I've been picking up Johnny Sly Coopers for the last 10 years, alright? Because there's just nothing quite like him. But 13, that's really the sweet spot. What the fuck am I saying? It's complete nonsense. Johnny Sly Cooper, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Stormchasers. And I'm sorry for the stupid things I say. Not like a lot sorry, you know, because I'm going to keep saying them, but a little sorry. That's how I explain my coding. I just kept adding words and variables until it did the thing that I wanted it to do. I mean, yeah. That's how it is. Hey, Nanotanks, how you doing? Good to see you. Having a good spread of colors does make it so much easier to add to an army. You see, I do recommend that you do less of your own color mixing if you're painting armies over a period of time, because one of the problems I run into is I can't replicate my own fucking colors. Whatever, you know, you kind of get used to it. You learn how to blend them into something kind of similar, and then you call it a day. Have I incorporated any of the contrast paints in anything yet? So, Casual Robot, I tried some of the contrast paints, and I wound up sending almost all of them to Chaotic Harmony so that he could use them, and he's been enjoying them. The thing is, and this is not an indictment of contrast paints, I think contrast paints are wonderful. I think they're so wonderful that I was already doing the contrast painting thing for about a year and a half before they released contrast paints. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, that Thunderhead. Oh, that Thunderhead. He's so cool. He's such a trendsetter. He invented things before they were cool. It's not really what I'm saying. It's actually been a fairly common painting technique for a while. They just made it accessible to more people. It's a glaze. It is, but it's also a wash. It's a halfway point between a glaze and a wash, and it also works as an overall filter. And I did a lot of painting for a while where what I would do, because I had trouble understanding, and I still do, honestly, I still struggle with this, but I kind of work around it. I had trouble understanding how to apply different shades, is that the right word, of the same color to achieve lighting across something that used multiple colors. It was much easier in my head to understand shadow and lighting when it was in monochrome, black and white. So what I would do is I would paint a model from black through gray to a super high titanium white, but only in monochrome. And then I'd come over top of it and I would take a color that I wanted, and I would thin it down until it was very much like a glaze filter, and I would just wash it over the area that I wanted to be that color. And the problem with that is you wind up with colors that are super duper desaturated. And you kind of have to come in later and do some highlights on top of it. But contrast paints are better for that. They're actually better than what I was doing. So if you're using that method, I think they're fantastic. Gonna go make dinner and gonna lurk. MCBTV, thank you so much for that. If we haven't gotten a shout out from Mick B, could we go ahead and get one? I think we might have. I might have missed it. But if we haven't, let's get one. Mick B, one of my favorite variety streamers. He just got done playing Titanfall 2 the other day, which always endears someone to me. Titanfall 2 is such a great game. Honestly, if you guys haven't played it, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your brain? Come on. Play some Titanfall 2. You'll thank yourself. You'll thank me. You'll thank McB. You'll thank, Glenn Steinbaum, who does the voice of BT7274, the coolest character in the history of video games. That might be hyperbole. That's possible. Have a good dinner, MCB. Thank you so much for being here. What was I about to read? Rasselhag units. Let's look up in chat here a little bit. Rasselhag units are dark blue. Stop chatting. I'm sorry. No, keep chatting. That's fine. Dark blue uppers, dark green lowers with jeweled gold cockpits. Any idea on how to get more of that gold over the rest of the mechs to balance things? Would it be pompous to paint gold guns and maybe the mechanical joints? I mean, not necessarily. Consider more of a bronzy color, Sentient Pickle. Because if what you're looking for is a warm color like a gold, bronze can do that for you. Bronze or brass. And that's still a little flashy, I think, on mechanical parts, but not as flashy as gold, I'll tell you that much. Cat Ion is back. We can continue with the stream at long last. Copper, yeah, that would work as well. Any of those warm metallics. And don't be afraid to just pick a panel and paint it gold either. Like a gold and yellow. There's nothing wrong with it. Going from that straight to, or not really straight to, I'm going to mix in a little bit of canary yellow. Yeah, it seems a little like a gold-plated AK, doesn't it? A little, little Uday Hussein, if you will. Yeah, yellows and golds will contrast with purples fantastically almost every time. Two of the best colors to complement purple are going to be green and yellow. Go purple and green and you wind up looking a little bit like you're sweating the Joker's look. Of course, that doesn't stop me. I still do it. Hey, Baronfell, good to see you. A lot of mechs have small panels surrounding their guns and missile ports. I like to use that as a trim color. Yeah, it's a good idea. Getting the fucking robot, Shinji. Yes, exactly. Or the Hulk. Yeah, it looks a bit like the Hulk. That's true. Storm Report is going to be actually in about 10 minutes. In about 10 minutes, we are going to be rolling right over into the Storm Report, which, by the way, if anyone in the chat is not familiar with the Storm Report, is the bit that we do at the end of every stream, which is sort of an audience share segment. We like to take a look at your creativity. A lot of what people share is miniature painting, but don't confuse yourself into thinking that it can only be miniature painting. It's really just creativity in general. It can be photography, it can be cross-stitch, it can be sculpting, it can be anything that you put your creativity into and that you're proud of and that you'd like to share. It doesn't have to be finished. It doesn't even have to be recent. It could be something that you did a while ago that you're feeling really good about. We have people will post sometimes, this is the first thing that I painted, just for sort of a comparison. Just anything you've done that's creative that you feel like sharing. And all you have to do to participate is go over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access via a button below the window, the stream window, or by entering !Discord. You will get a link. Go into the channel marked The Storm Report and post up to 3 pictures, 4 for today because we missed a stream earlier this week. Thank you for that, Dark Fox. Can it be a pile of dirt? Is it a creative pile of dirt? I'm not sure what that would entail, but if it is, then, I mean, go right ahead. What is this? What the hell is playing? What are you doing to me, Pretzel? This is by Harris Heller. No shit. Okay, so I hate this song. But Harris Heller's a pretty cool guy. And I would just like to note very briefly, if you are a streamer and you have not subscribed to Alpha Gaming on YouTube and you haven't watched any of Harris Heller's videos on getting your stream going or refining your stream or how to think about your stream as you're doing it or how to engage in growth on social media, go give him a watch and do it right fucking now. Because Harris Heller is a fantastic resource. This song isn't great. Yes, he's also a musician. I don't know if you know that. His first stint on social media, he actually got famous through doing music, and some with his wife, actually. But I'm not a huge fan of that song. But yes, Joey Bag of Donuts, one and the same. He makes a lot of his music available for streamers, which is pretty cool. Not all of his advice is going to apply to everybody or even necessarily be useful to you, but I have found his advice to be very, very helpful. As far as how to think about your stream, what traps not to fall into. Twitch is a weird place. And one of the points he made that I remember seeing in one of his videos early on that I really, really appreciated was... It's funny because when you're getting started streaming, it's tempting to go into somebody's stream that you like and say, hey man, you got some tips for me? What's your number one tip for streaming? And what you're not realizing in that moment is that person has a lot on their mind. That person is doing whatever it is they're doing on the stream, they're managing the technical side of things, and they're communicating with people actively in chat. And more than likely, I don't, Casual Robot. I'd imagine he makes some money, though. That dude knows how to monetize like a motherfucker. But the advice you're going to get from people when you say, hey man, what's your tip for streaming, while they're in the middle of the stream, is going to be many times just the first bullshit that comes to mind, and it's not necessarily going to be good advice. Because they're just trying to move through the stream, and they're just trying to answer some questions. $30,000 a month, god damn it! Guys, I'm not monetizing well. Let's become the next Harris Heller. No, let's not. I don't have ambitions like that. But I found that information to be helpful, and I stopped asking people on stream, hey man, what's your number one tip? And I started really doing my own research. You know? Hey, Just Dices. What's up, Just Dices? It's okay. It's okay that it's just Dices. Because Dices? That's enough to blow your fucking mind. Right there. You couldn't handle more than Dices. You couldn't. Playing some D&D, glad to hear it. Could we get a shall we did? We already got a I don't even have to do anything. I don't even have to do anything. Cat is all fucking over it. I have an amazing team of mods, you guys. And they just fell in my lap. A lot of them. It's fucking crazy. I am incredibly lucky. Dices, how you doing? How are things? You're playing some D&D? You having a good time? Again, if you guys enjoy painting streams and you're not following Just Dices, you are doing yourself a disservice. Fantastic painter, very entertaining streamer, also into 3D printing. I've switched my brush like 5 times in the last minute, and wasted a bunch of paint. It's just so for those of you out there thinking, why is he swishing his brush so much? It's because I'm getting distracted. That's why. It's okay there. We're coming up in 4 minutes. We're going to the storm report, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Painting Felicia too, such an awesome bust. Dices is all about the bust. It is the bustiest stream I may have ever seen. Oh, you've been doing a lot of work on busts lately, though. You keep getting me thinking about painting something larger scale, and then I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna paint something 6mm scale instead. Fumbles wouldn't have let himself continue. Oh, Fumbles. Overcompensating. Hogwash. Hogwash. I really do enjoy watching Dices' bust come together. She does some really interesting flesh tones and really cool work with hair. Also has some pretty cool hair, but that's kind of unrelated. I was like, I'm going to put some color down, and I put it in the wrong damn place. So I'm going to stop doing that for a minute. I'm going to get some brown liner and fix up my edges right quick. Something larger, maybe with wings. Eventually, Hethrir, I'm going to tell you guys what's going to happen. The way this stream is actually going to end, okay? We're going to keep painting for a few months, and then fucking Hethrir is going to come on to camera in the middle of the stream from over here. Like, I'm going to react with surprise. I'm going to be like, what? And Hethrir is just going to stab me in the fucking neck. And he's going to say, that's for Sanguinius, you son of a bitch. End of stream. It's going to be epic. It's going to make the news. It's going to be like, we're going to be bigger than Dr. Disrespect and all his bullshit. But it's going to also be tragic because, I'll be dead. So, what are you going to do? Spoilers. Hethrir, I love you, and I'm sorry. But yes, you make a good point. I should paint something bigger and with wings on it. Oh, Rajman HW, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. What you been painting lately, Dices? You got anything you want to toss into the storm report by chance? I'd love to see some of your work. We're gonna be rolling over to that in just about 5 minutes. Thought you were going to show your junk. It's all going to happen at the same time. I'm going to stand up, I'm going to drop my pants, he's going to stab me in the neck. It's going to be a hell of a stream, I'll tell you that much. Soulsworn, there's not really that much to Google. As far as I know, still nobody knows what the hell happened. There's lots of rumor, but as far as I know, no real confirmation from anybody. Yeah, fireworks will be in the background. It's going to be amazing. That is I find that hard to believe, Firestarter, but, who the hell knows? I don't know. If it's true that he genuinely has no idea why the hell they completely banned him, like... Well, everybody wants to know, including myself. It's just, it's great drama. It really is. I never once watched Dr. Disrespect. Not one time. That makes the most sense. Soulsworn is, he knows, but he's not gonna say. But who the, I don't know. It's all speculation on our part at this point. Just doing a little final work on this cockpit before we close down for the storm report and take a look at what y'all have been posting. Hey, 40k is bigger than Battletech. Wait, what? Don't get too popular. You think there isn't drama already? Oh, there's drama, baby. I got drama. You want drama? We'll have some drama. Dices, you still here? Let's start some drama. What's a good rumor? Somebody give me a rumor that we can have with just Dices, and we can go back and forth and maybe yell at each other for a while or something.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's true. Oh, that paint is dry. It's not going to work.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
That's not drama. That would just be
And
awesome.
as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Eventually, I'm going to make this work. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that looks nice.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation
my
and
least
me
favorite
with
chapter.
an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
It's like that's my least favorite of the 50 Shades, I have to admit. I think 4 might be my favorite. I think Chapter 4 is my favorite chapter of 50 Shades of Coal Gray. Oh no, I got it. I gotta clear it with Dices. But I think I got the drama. Are you guys ready? Because she's always complimenting my voice. So here's the thing. You know it's always big. When streamers are like having affairs, that's a thing. So Dices is having an affair with my voice. Not with me, with my voice. Don't ask questions about how that works. Like, I'm not even involved. I'm just as upset. That's a good one. I like that one. She's probably gonna... She probably won't think that's as funny as I do. Spicy. Let me get my paints put away and we will roll right over into the storm report, which is normally not said with an accent. Nor do I know what that accent was. That was really just nonsense. Oh hey, it is called Done. What do you know? Need to get more Warlord Purple. Gotta remember that. Need to get more Coal Black. Gotta remember that. Oh my god, Soulsworn. Yeah, no, burn that shit to the ground, man. Don't put it on, because the eggs will hatch and the spiders will eat your brain, dude. That happened to a guy I know. So, this is where we got today with Cat's Royal Locust. Let me adjust my focus so we can get a slightly closer look. Wow, my focus has been out for a while and nobody even told me how bad it was. Ooh, lordy lord. Sorry about that. It was way far removed from where it was supposed to be. Some of the highlights are a bit rough, need to be cleaned up, particularly on the legs. Need to be a little bit more panel lining done. We're going to try a lightning bolt down one of the hips, but this is where we are as of right now. I always blame Logitech. Blaming Logitech is easy. What do you think, Kat? I think it's coming together pretty well. The lasers are going to get their own lensing effect. It has medium pulse and small pulse on each arm, so it's going to be green and red, and then a regular medium in the middle, so that's going to be green. And yeah, I agree. I think one lightning bolt coming down the hip and going down into the cloudy legs is going to be a good look. It's also going to get some warm colors on the feet. Because, Soulsworn, that's easy. That's, hang on. It's what I've done here on the top of the cockpit. It makes it look like, it's made of glass, really. That's the theory. Or a rounded lens. You can see it here on the lasers. And the fundamental effect is just that light is shining through a shaped piece of glass, so you wind up with a lot of color in one corner, and then a bit of glare in the other corner. That's the simplest explanation for it. I think the stars came out pretty okay. We might add a little bit of smear of color up there to give it like a nebula effect. But all in all, I'm pretty pleased with how this is coming together. Now, I need to, in fact, maybe the next stream that we do for Battletech is just going to be finishing touches on these two mechs. Because these are the two mod mechs so far. We got Project Dark Fox on the right and Cat Ion on the left. And I need to do some freehand on the Centurion for Dark Fox, and I need to do some cleanup and a little bit of freehand on, and lensing on Cats. And then we got to get bases on both of them. I'm still not sure what the damn cockpit glass on the Centurion is like a pain in the ass. I don't think I'm going to lens it. I think I'm just going to give it a standard kind of a deep glow highlight. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the blue came out, Dark Fox. I really am. And then those will go with our current two Stormchaser mechs from Roland and Vergaderung, both of which I'm very, very pleased with still. And this is what I'm thinking, Kat. See this effect I've done here? I'm going to do this on the coils on the sides of the lasers. I think that'll look nice. And then we'll have a halfway decent lance. An awesome, a Cataphract, a Centurion, and a Locust. It's all over the fucking place. Set these aside for now. I need to grab a fresh beer, and we'll get started. I'm glad you like it, Cat. That's what's important. Doesn't seem all that over the place. Fire support, Juggernaut, fire supports. Yeah, okay, I mean, it works. You know, and it's a Royal Locust, so of all the Locusts you could possibly have in your lance, it's the one with the most reasonable destructive potential and speed and defense. The Royal Locust is actually a pretty solid mech. It's a little hard to explain where the fuck you get a Royal Locust, but we got one, so stop complaining, Chaotic. Psycho 101A. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. How long is it before we get Psycho 101B is the real question. That wasn't very good. I try to make a stupid joke about everybody's name when they give me a follow, and that one just fell right on its face. That wasn't any good. I'm sorry. I'll do better. There's going to be Orion as well, and we're going to mix and match lances also. We may even come back and do some decals at some point if I can ever get Fighting Piranha to give me something. You just said you liked my name. I'm owed my very own ridicule. I do like your name. Your name doesn't lend itself to any easy jokes, and I'm lazy. I'm very, very lazy, Soulsworn. I apologize for having a terrible sense of humor. God. Yeah, that's very believable. Only goes for those who are easy. You know what they say? Lower your standards and up your average.
Alright, Locusts and Gentle Mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I guess it's time for the Storm Report. Let's get started. Low-hanging fruit, low-hanging clouds. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? And let me adjust my window slightly here so I can actually see chat. How about that? I didn't peek. I didn't peek, Firestarter. When I peek, everybody on Twitch is gonna feel it. I haven't even begun to peek. Starting with crossbow roof. Test paint for Marble Bases version 2 is done. I saw you posted a tutorial. Oh my god. The Storm Report is super full. I'm looking at the scroll bar. How long is this thing today? Okay. So I'm gonna get started, and I apologize if I move past anybody kind of fast. But, holy shit. This is what I get for skipping streams. Here to get ideas for painting my mech, so please continue. This might be a good section for you to be here for then, Psycho. We get a lot of people posting their own... This is the Storm Report. This is the thing we do at the end of every stream, where people post pictures, and we give, you know, a little bit of publicity, which obviously I'm a big time influencer. Everyone listens to it. Nobody listens. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody. Come on. No, but we give a little bit of critique, and we try to give some advice if it's warranted, you know. But mostly we just try to share what people are working on. But yeah, if you're looking for advice on mechs, you're in the right place. We got a lot of mech painters here, Psycho. Starting off with crossbow roofs, yes. Not perfect, but good enough to start work on more detailed bases. Now, is this the technique crossbow roof I've seen where you use like a dryer sheet? Because I've seen that, and it's pretty cool. I haven't tried it, but it gives you these little veins pretty easily. Either way, really, really nice looking. Very fancy. Oh my god, excuse me. I agree, it is very fancy. Okay, yeah, this is the dryer sheet technique. Silver Hydra, my Battletech GM painting... Oh, Game Master. Painting some Thunderhead stuff I printed for our upcoming game. I like how you've combined 4 photos into one here. That's good thinking. That's clever. That's getting around the limitations. Psycho Dolly, thank you so much for the sub, Psycho Dolly. How are things? I haven't seen you in a while. I try to pop in when I see you streaming, but I don't know if I've been busy or you haven't been on as much, but it's good to see you. Either way, thank you so much for being here. You did a better job on these, honestly, than I did. I mean, to be fair, when I painted these buildings, I was just like, get some paint on them, get it done so you can post some pictures. The really nice job that you did on the windows here. I like the sort of industrial yellow caution striping on the crane and on the edges of these big crazy doors. These doors are still one of the weirdest things I feel like I've ever made. These buildings are from the Forward Base. This is from the Forward Base set. Yeah, that's right. Been away from streaming because I moved. Well, I hope you're going to get back into it. I hope it was a good move. I hope it was an uneventful, easygoing, peaceful move. That's the best sort of move there is, really. If there's one thing I hate during a move, it's pressure, you know? Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that, Psycho. But still, it is wonderful to have you back, and I hope that the problems are easing out now. Can we get a shout-out for Psycho Dolly? She does some pretty cool streams, and her friend, Desania Props, does some unbelievably fucking fantastic prop building and cool 3D design. Well, she's never in here because we're not cool enough. But you should check them both out. Anyway, really, really nice work. I don't know what the C is for. What's the C stand for? Control? Maybe? I don't know. Really nice looking set overall. I love seeing the stuff I've made get painted. Thank you so much for sharing. Silver Hydra. Here we have the Blue Angels inspired lamb from Chaotic Harmony. I saw this before, and I like it. I like it a lot. Really nice paint job from Chaotic Harmony. This is one of the reasons, and I know I keep saying this is one of the reasons that I love doing the Storm Report, is I get to watch people's painting come along. I get to watch them progress I get to watch their inspiration and their talent. Not talent. Talent doesn't grow. Skill. Skill grows. Skill is practiced. And getting to watch Chaotic Harmony go from, and I know I say this every time too, I don't mean to slight your previous work. I'm just saying that your latest work is better. I was debating doing the US Navy on the other side of the wings, but I said, fuck that. You know what that's a job for, Chaotic Harmony? Decals. Get you some decals if you want to do that, because yeah, fuck that. I wouldn't paint that either. Ooh, my throat's getting raw. Really lovely blue, love it contrasted with the yellow. I love how he's putting up his dukes. He's like, come at me. Come at me, mech. And I'll give you one. I'll give you one right in the kisser. It's just saying, look at his, he's like, he's flexing or something. I don't know what he's doing. Decals. Decals is decals. You can fucking... I don't give a shit. Microsol and Microset for the win. That would be my next advice. If you're going to do decals, get yourself some Microsol and Microset. It is a game changer. Fantastic work. Chaotic Harmony, thank you so much for sharing. Project Dark Fox, back to light painting. As most knew, I'd been dealing with some severe migraines and keeping me away from most forms of art. Thank you for all the well wishes this past while. Sir Vigantor from Reaper Middies is very, very slowly coming together. Oh, it's a D20. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at the little guy. He's going to roll a bunch of ones and completely fuck up every cool thing I try to do, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. It's good to see you painting again, Dark Fox. Thank you for sharing that. What? Why is this popping up over my Discord? Go away, Harris Heller, with your music that's playing on my stream for some reason. 3 of 12 Palanites. Palanite, that is how it's spelled and how it's pronounced. Enforcers done, Private Breacher Latley. 1 of 2 shotgun carriers for Hailstorm Patrol, 25% done. Did you, I don't think Cyber Knight's here, he's probably at work. But, if you watch this later, I hope you're gonna name the other one Hicks. I hope you are. Palpatine Enforcers, I'd buy that. I'd buy that for $1. Plapatine. It's a weird word. It really is. These are coming together really nice, though. This isn't a good example of the metallic color I was talking about. Instead of doing a gold, more of this brassy, coppery, bronzy color that we got going on here. This might be a good way to kind of repeat those warm colors if that's what you're looking to get. Really, really nice work, Cyber Knight. Also took some time to part out the other 8 members of Hailstorm Patrol, though it might be a while because I can add work on these guys. The anal retentive, just obsessive compulsive disorder on display here is astonishing. I mean, not just this. It's not just this. It's all the other pictures taken into account. It's the overall design that Cyber Knight does with the granular upgrade and modification parts with all the magnets, and then him printing out all the parts for sale and organizing them in the little bins, and then it just reaches fucking critical mass when he's separating out the bits to make individual models into individual parts of jewel organizers. That's he has little name tags in there with them. I mean, I applaud it. But Jesus, man. Oh, Cybran, you... God bless your OCD. It's a great idea. I love your planning, and the models look wonderful at the end of it. So, man, you do you. If the process works for you, that's what you should do. Maybe I'm just self-conscious about how fucking chaotic all of my own work is. Do have one more ready for paint. One of the subjugators, complete with shield and big mean shock stave. Might be something I sneak and work on over the next little bit. Gotta get back to shop stuff now. I don't even know what that voice was. We're just going with it. See, I would have taken that one step further and just put them in little baggies. Brush Licker, you're just a little bit crazier than Cyber Knight, and God bless you, we love you for it. Oh, yeah, okay. I see it coming together. I see you working. Thank you so much for sharing, as always, Cyber Knight. I think I managed to get some really good contrast between the highlights and the shadows. I'm just really annoyed with the layer lines now. Looks like it's time to go down to 0.02 millimeters. I think I did that pretty early on. Yeah, I see what you mean, Puck Duncher. This is a particularly egregious example of it, in my opinion. Of layer lines on resin prints. Like, I get layer lines on my resin prints, but the ones particularly here on the crotch piece, those are fairly noticeable. Now, you could clean them up by just painting directly over it, doing a little bit of freehand. You could cover that up, but I wouldn't blame you for wanting to reprint that one. And yeah, go down to 0.02. I think I print everything at 0.02. But as far as the contrast between the shadows and the upper parts go, yeah, I can see it. That's coming together pretty nicely. You might benefit from actually, on the upper facing panels, coming in with a brush and just swiping some thinned down white paint over it can help to take out a lot of the texture that you're dealing with. Good shadows, though. You're going for more of a warm white than I usually do. I usually do a cool white, but there's nothing wrong with going warm. All in all, though, it's a pretty good looking white, and I look forward to seeing the rest of the Comstar come together. Thank you so much for sharing, Puck Dodger. From Machine God, finally got my Strato Minis order delivered. Sat waiting way too long, almost 4 months. Probably going to be the last time I deal with him directly, and will instead go to US retailer, USA Gundam Store. Primarily because I'm sick of getting miscast and air bubble filled parts, and not just replacing them. No, I could take another 2 months before I even see them. It's a pain in the ass. At least this way I can exchange it with a 2 to 3 day ship time. 3 of the tanks had air soft pellet-sized surface level air bubble. God damn, that you had to fill in. The Strider had Strider has one on the back. You filled in a lot of the tanks had misaligned mold lines or overfilled. Absolutely lost details. Had to carve out to restore. It's like there's no QA in his shop. There might be something to that. The best sculpt was the Irby, which had surprisingly 0 problems. They're good sculpts, but yeah, if you're dealing with that many miscast problems, that's a big pain in the ass. That's a big pain in the ass, man. The Irby does look nice. He does good sculpts, though, I have to say. Good-looking army overall, Machine God. None of the issues pop right out at you. QA, yeah, QC. Flame Crow, I think QC is what we're looking for. For a second, those all looked like cookies. The forbidden baked goods. Did Ion Raptor's Wraith up finally got coerced into kind of a Comguard scheme. Oh, Verg, you're so easy to coerce. Really nice looking paint job, though. I like the plumes that you've got going on here. But yeah, this is a good example of how if you're painting white, you don't really need that much white. It's pretty much only white on the edges, and the rest of it is off-white, and it looks pretty fantastic. Did up the first version of Papa Bear's Highlander. I got to watch some of this being painted on stream. I didn't get to see it finished, but I like that you've got the eagle of Merrick Freedom right on his dick. Right where the Sporin would be. On his mechanical kilt. Really nice paint job. Really nice paint. All your Merrick Militia, Verg. All your Merrick Militia comes out so fantastic. And this sculpt, guys, I don't know how many times I can say it before it's going to start to get annoying. I'm just going to say that I love this mini. I love that this mini right here, this picture here, represents the culmination of the work of a number of creatives in our community right here. This idea came from Papa Bear starting to work on a sculpt for a Highlander and not quite... we had some suggestions that came in from Dark Fox who said, what if it had a kilt? Papa Bear said, that would be cool. Dark Fox sketched up one with a kilt. Papa Bear sculpted it, printed it, Vergaderung... Well, he didn't print it. Put out the file, Vergaderung printed it, painted it. It's so fucking cool. It's inspiring as hell. And of course we have it on some terrain that somebody in this community might have made. Digital, physical. Isn't it? It's a great feeling, isn't it, Papa Bear? I know I love it. And then yeah, of course we have this on Trinity City Thunderhead terrain, which I hope you're enjoying, Vergaderung. This building behind him right here, by the way, is one of the ones I'm most pleased with how it came out. Because, again, every single hex on top of it is a perfectly legal place for something to stand. And I feel like it hides it well. Like, you can even balance somebody on top of these radar dishes. You may not want to, for game reasons, but you can. Is that from Raincloud Studios? Yeah. Raincloud Studios, dooby 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 doo. A thunderhead is more than a rain cloud, I'll have you know. And Hathrir sharing final version of Feora 4. Extra highlights all around, especially on the cloak and tabard. This helps. Yeah. Yeah. The last highlights we have here, down in this little hanging bit, and here, that really makes the rest of the colors pop. It looks like you've even deepened, either I didn't see it, or you deepened some of the shadows on the off-white parts. Those look really nice. The hair looks fantastic. It looked good before, but it looks particularly good in this photo. Again, if I were to change anything about this model, it would be the color of the flames on the blade, but it looks really, really good. Seriously, it's really good. Guys, I apologize. Give me one moment. I'm going to leave you with this picture for a minute. I'm going to be right back. I got to grab something really quick. Sorry about that. Let's get right back to it. What you guys been, what you been doing? What have you been doing in my absence? Conspiring against me, I suspect. Alright. What was I doing? Oh, that's right, I was berating Hethrier for this terrible paint job that he's done. It's so bad. So look at the colors. None of them are I'm not even going to continue with that joke because it's cruel. Hethrier is a fantastic painter, and you have done a great job on this. I think I said last time, and I'm going to say again, I'm not out of cookies. I have more cookies than you know. I just went to Costco, motherfucker. I have cookies coming out of my ears. Don't steal my beer, though. That's not funny. I forgot my rainbow dash. I bring much dishonor. What the fuck are we talking about? I should never leave you people alone in a chat room. I come back and it's just chaos. No, we didn't get any of the muffins. You know what we got, though? You know those, they're like Nature Valley almond butter biscuits? They're like biscuit sandwiches. So you have like an oatmeal biscuit on either side and then almond butter in the middle. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. They're like candy. And they basically are candy, but they're slightly healthy candy. Oh, they really are. Like I was saying, though, Hethrier, I'm really, really glad to see you painting some more of your own stuff, not painting things on commission. Not that there's anything wrong with painting things on commission, but we get to see some of the true Hethrier. When Hethrier is really putting his all into his painting work, and that's something to behold. I have enjoyed Shock Top in the past. It's not necessarily my favorite. I didn't. No, I did not say that, Rogue 19K. That was somebody else. You did not hear me say that. And Hethrier got a new hot end for the 3D printer. Yeah, I saw this before. He was working on this. Got a couple of silent 40x20 Noctua fans. What did you do for the voltage issue, Hethrier? Did you put in a, why can't I think of what it is? It's an adapter. There's another word for it. To convert from 24 to 12. Buck converters, thank you. You put a buck converter in there? 2 of them in sequence. Do they sell 5-volt? I don't know if that would really help all that much. I got a couple of buck converters and I got a couple of Noctua fans, and then I lost interest in the conversion. So I literally have these parts lying around, and I just haven't done it. I haven't really, though. Have you put in the, or do you already have the silent motherboard, Hethrier? Because after I put in, yeah, a step down also would be an accurate phrase for it. I put in the silent motherboard with the new drivers, and like I barely even noticed the fans. But of course, I understand the desire to continue upgrading over and over and over again. Nice work. Very, very fine. And from Roland, we have Old Crow Sci-Fi Freighter and LST. Oh, those are pretty neat. What scale are these in? Are these in 6mm? That's pretty cool. I like this. The Freighter. I look at it, though, and you know what I want to see? I want to see Gypsy Danger dragging it down the street in one hand. The only thing that sucks about Noctua for me is their default color scheme. Yeah, I'm not super into the, like, cream and brown. It's not a great color scheme, but, you know, it's distinct. Which, I guess matters more for branding than anything else, you know? They are heavy. Are they solid resin? They look heavy. Really, really cool. Look forward to seeing some paint go down on those bad boys. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at that. That actually is pretty damn neat. And you've got one of Cyber Knights on there, yeah? That's one of Cybern's, isn't it? Or am I mistaken? Yeah, I'd imagine if they're solid, I'd imagine they're quite heavy. For those of you who are not aware, our very own Cyber Knight is the purveyor, lord, and master of metalcore collectibles. He makes a whole lot of different 6mm scale vehicles and some mechs, which are available on Steel Warrior Studios, the same place you can find my own stuff if you're interested. Only reason to get a Noctua for my PC. is one of the very first orange colors for Cryo Rigs R1 Ultimate. So yeah, it kind of went that route. Yeah, I mean, you know, having matching colors is important. Project Dark Fox with the Locust 2C remake doodle from Wednesday. I saw this earlier. It's gorgeous. It really is. I love the proportions on it. I like these big plates in front of the feet. These sort of ankle plates. I think these are cool. And they are a great place for, what do you know, decals. I like how you just wrote that there. That's adorable. It really is. Fucking fantastic work overall. I like the angled cockpit on it too. The sort of harsh, blocky lines we have here, and then the overall sloped profile coming in. It's a really, really nice looking Locust 2C. Thanks for sharing that, Dark Fox. And Hethrir with the gratuitous group shot. Ooh, so much Privateer press. Holy shit. Warma hordes indeed, am I right? And Vergaderung posting this without comment. What the... What am I looking at? They're like pigs in blankets. But there's something wrong here. No, Roland didn't do this. This isn't his fault. What is the... What appears to be some sort of... Yeah, I didn't want to say it, Kursala, but yeah, this does not look appetizing here. Like, it might be delicious. This might be like a spicy cheese dish of some sort, but just looking at a picture of it doesn't make me want to eat it, I have to say. I adore a pig in a blanket, though, I'm not gonna lie. Why without comment? Vergaderung, what are you trying to do to us, man? You're just trying to ruin my appetite? Because it's not gonna work, I'm hungry, man. I would eat that. I'm not proud of it, but I'd eat it. Nice wieners. Why do I read anything Chaotic Harmony posts? Jesus. Progress on the Pano side of Operation Kaldstrom. Someone had to post a terrible hasty photograph in the Storm Report. Might as well be me. I love how the guy on the top right, you know, wielding a sword, is the medic. Sadly without a shotgun. All medics deserve powerful shotguns. Well, of course he has a sword as a medic. How else are you gonna sever limbs? You know? It's a triage sword. This is a well-known phenomenon, even in the modern U.S. military. It is a little ridiculous. Good-looking figures overall. As always, White Wolf. It's a pleasure to watch your stuff come together. It really is. And any day, we're going to get a picture of the full board laid out with painted models on it. It's going to be incredible. All that MDF. He heals by slashing with a sword. I mean, it's a form of healing, I suppose one could argue that. Oh, I see why you asked, Kursala, because today's project is 5 cubic yards of dirt. That's just a pile of dirt. I mean, there was creativity involved, arguably. Progress picked down a bit. Yeah, you were doing some grading today, weren't you? God, you're so much more masculine than I am. It's just crazy. Just crazy. Painted models, surely you jest. Nobody really paints models. Come on. Oh, wait. Who painting models? That's ridiculous. Ugh. Teal Sakire. Infinity and medics kill more dudes than your enemy. Yeah, well. Exile been making green stuff road bases. The green stuff is textured with sandpaper. Ooh, that's a good idea. Primed black and dry brushed with Army Painter Ash Gray. First painted batch was freehand. Just finished my second batch's airbrushing. We'll do some touch-ups later. Here we got the basic text. The texturing with sandpaper is a really good idea. Oh yeah, that's a really good idea. Simple and effective. I think it benefits from the masking and airbrushing. If only because the way actual lines are painted on roads tends to be masked and then painted, you know, in an industrial sense. And he mentions as to what grit to use. If I'm looking at this, that's going to be some pretty high grit. I mean, I probably wouldn't try it. I would guess, what, 60 grit? Maybe? If I had to. And Zig 138. Oh, somebody followed me while I was away and nobody told me. And Zig 138, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. And that goes the same for Bad Haircuts. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Let me get back to what I was doing here. Yeah, I would guess 60 grit. 200, really? It looks grittier than that. But okay. Can change grit to fit the scale. Yeah, I mean, I would just take some green stuff, plop it down on a piece of whatever you got, and just take a few grits of sandpaper and try them until you get the one that you like, honestly. It's not like it costs you much. Rogue 19K with that Templar that he's been working on. Oh, the hip boobies. This looks really nice. I like the sort of Master Chief-esque color scheme you've got going on here, with this metallic drab and then the reflective gold cockpit. Excuse me. It's a crazy looking mech. It really is. But we call them hip nipples, aka hipples. They are confusingly boob-esque. They like no, but yeah. This is SLDF. Oh, that's nice. I mean, yeah, there are a couple of different color schemes that you could say it is if you're going with olive drab, but SLDF is the classic. It's the first, man. It's the OG. Really good looking paint job, Rogue 19K. I'm glad that you found the gumption, the get up and go, the giddy up to paint a model and to drive right through your artist's block, because man, I'll tell you, that shit, that drives me crazy. It really does. Kursala, progress after about 5 hours of moving dirt, pulling weeds, and some general landscaping. Slow going, not any fun. It doesn't look fun. It doesn't look fun at all, if I'm being honest. Yeah, SLDF / Crucis Lancers. Compare notes with Roland. He's done a lot of the Crucis Lancers. It doesn't look fun. It really doesn't, Kursala. But God bless you for working on it anyway. Project Dark Fox with the CLN 7V Chameleon Trainer Battle Mech sketch finished just before the beginning of this stream. Yeah, this was what he was painting on the stream. Damn. That looks nice. Oh, that's good. Hot shit. And it is. It overheats like fucking crazy. That's sort of the point. Good looking chameleon. Very nice. The only thing you dropped off the original design that I do kind of like, you've kept the shape, particularly in the legs, really, really nicely. We still have the bubble cockpit, but it's a little less dominating of the whole torso. The overall torso shape is real nice. Like I said, you kept the curves that I really enjoy. The only thing that I might change on this, but this is just a personal preference, I always like the mechs that are holding guns like rifles. But literally everything else is fucking beautiful. I mean, the guns on the arms are also beautiful. That's just a personal preference. So what I'm saying, Dark Fox, is do it again. No, I'm kidding. Don't. This is really, really cool. If somebody else doesn't beat me to it, and you don't mind, Dark Fox, I might take a swing at maybe modeling this up. If you don't mind. Because I'd like there to be more options for all of these mechs for 3D printers out there. I really would. Fucking fantastic sketch, Dark Fox. Thank you so much for doing that. Ren Momo sharing some robot doggos. These are the ones from Dead Zone, not Dead Zone. Dead Zone is the game. It's Mantic, though. What's it called? Warzone? Warpath? What's the overall universe? I missed one of the graffitis? I did? Oh, let me go back. Well, we got the 77. It's a nice touch. Oh, wait, hold on. I can't read it. There is something on his right arm. I can't read it. Project Dark Fox, what does it say? Help me out. Kiss this. Kiss my fist. Smell the glove. I like hot shit. This really in particular is just like, yeah, I get the joke. That's good. Kiss this. You could also put on his foot the ever classic "Your Ass Here." All in all, a fantastic looking sketch. Dark Fox, that's really fucking cool, man. You have a lot of talent. And the robot doggos from, is it Warzone? Is it Warpath? I can't remember now. Either way, this is from Mantic Sci-Fi range. Food! I talkie English good. Good work on the basing. I particularly like the blue that you've done here on the little laser faces, if you will, Ren. Riot Shield Exo, boys. It's an interesting teal. The texture has come along nicely. I'd like to see these guys with a little bit more work put into them. And some Snoipoipers. Snipers, I gotcha. I see what we're going for here. That's a hot blue, I gotta say. Those Mantic minis, they got some really good sculpts on them, don't they? Warpath, thank you so much, Crossbow Roof. I appreciate you letting me know. Well, I'm trying to break rules. Your stuff looks like shit for a while. By the way, the Riot Shielders and Snipers are not done. I figured you probably had a little bit more to go on them. The base colors are nice, though. I really like this sort of oxidized teal. That's pretty cool. And from Hardy, didn't realize these legs were supposed to be a running pose. Went to all the effort of making him a rock to stand on. We call that a tactical rock. And, it's generally accepted in wargaming. It is a running pose, but I mean, that's the thing about multi-part minis, is you can make them into anything you want. And while the default may have been running, you made it look like he was kicking off a rock perfectly fine. And you actually, if you make some of them look like they're running and do some of these with a tactical rock, you get kind of more bang for your buck out of the different poses. So Hardy, there's nothing wrong with what you... Oh yeah, exactly. Dark Fox said exactly that. Nice work. Thank you for sharing, Hardy. And from Soulsworn, my latest project, unfinished and unglued, kinda like me, Mortar Trooper with the Shore Trooper Squad Leader coloration. The mortar's drying, so I can give it a null oil wash. Clean up my line work on his left pauldron with the black and white meat. Just now realizing how terrible this picture is, huh? Oh well. C'est la vie. Am I right? Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Shore Troopers. I don't get Shore Troopers. I don't get Shore Troopers. I really don't. Like, I understand their role in the game of Star Wars Legion. I don't understand their role in the Galactic Empire. What what the fuck is a Shore Trooper? Are they troopers designed to fight in knee-deep water? Is that something that happens often enough in the Star Wars universe to have... Yes, Soulsworn, you're absolutely correct. The role in Legion is to break the game and be horrifyingly overpowered. Yeah, the role in Legion is to be the only core choice that you bother taking is the Empire. Period. And then take a bunch of emplacements so that they can coordinate commands to those fucking emplacements. God, I hate them. Sell more toys. Aeon Drummond, I mean, that's the answer to every Stormtrooper variant, if we're being fair. They look awesome, so I don't care what their function is. I think that's probably the best answer, Hardy. It's the most honest, certainly. I'm a storm the beach, but I have spaceships that can land anywhere. Yeah, are there a lot of amphibious assaults going on when literally the cars that farm boys drive on backwater shit planets to go to Tashi Station to pick up some power converters fucking fly? What are we doing? For Space Normandy, there we go. Did you just copy that from the wiki, Soulsworn? That doesn't really explain them. There were also a bunch of Stormtroopers who did that. You gotta dunk on those Gungans somehow. Well, you should write the wiki, Soulsworn. That was solid. I like that. What have you done, Sentient Pickle? What? I hate this. I just hate it. Just everything about it. Chicken fingers. Looks like one of Sid's toys from Toy Story. I'm glad I'm not the only person who remembers that kid. But am I the only person who feels like Sid got a bad rap in Toy Story? It seems like the worst thing this kid did, that he got completely screwed over for and, like, terrified, like, scarred for life. Like, will probably be paranoid well into his old age, probably thinks he's mentally ill and hallucinating. And the worst thing he did was be extra creative with his toys and melt a little bit of plastic. And maybe he was, what, like, mean to his sister? I'm a little ashamed to confess, I haven't actually seen Toy Story 3. I know. Everybody's seen Toy Story 3. I haven't seen Toy Story 3. He didn't know they were sentient, Soulsworn. He was just kit bashing. He was doing what we all do every single day of the week, or at least one day a week. Sentient Pickle, thanks, I hate it. From Soulsworn, Boba took me about 40 plus hours, used loaded brush technique for the highlights, recently started the hobby in painting, and Boba was my 10th mini painted. I saw this guy earlier and loved it. I think I asked you if that was a decal that you have for the little symbol he has on his chest plate. You did that by hand. Really, really nice work. Really, really nice work overall. And, of course, Vader. The one downfall of these minis they've been doing from FFG is when they do lightsabers, the PVC does not hold the shape very well. This one looks better than most, but I've had a few Vaders that have the old droopy saber syndrome, coming down a bit like this. But it's still a very, very nice model, and it looks like you've done a really good job on it. I appreciate the alternating colors on his little chest piece here. That's something a lot of people miss. Really good work, Soulsworn. Thank you so much for sharing. And from Steiner Minis, not mine, but my first custom mini. Oh my god. STL inspired by Mike Steiner, his amazing painting abilities, the Beast will be a great STL print. Learn how to paint multiple textures and styles, hair, wings, claws, scales, teeth, smooth, etc., etc. I think I'll try my hand at painting this monstrosity. This makes me think of Street Sharks. Every single time. Street Sharks. Remember Street Sharks? Yeah. Those were good times. Absolutely bizarre, Steiner. Thank you for populating my nightmares. From Crossbow Roof, since Gear Falcon and I were talking rings on the stream, here's some of mine. First is an ebony band for myself. Second is a set of 5-year anniversary bands for friends of mine. Oh, ebony and holly with stainless steel core. A little lidded ring box is ambrosia maple. Ooh, that's really nice. I did not know that you made rings, Crossbow Roof. That's really quite slick. Well, I wasn't calling them a monstrosity, Baron Fell. It's just a monstrosity that happens to remind me of Street Sharks. What are you gonna do? What do you aspire to be when you grow up? Well, keep on chugging that toxic waste and hanging out with sharks. I mean, if Ninja Turtles are to be believed, if you coat yourself with glowing green goo and rub yourself against a shark, it'll work eventually. Now and then I do wood turning. Need to get back to it more. Really fantastic work, Crossbow Roof. You obviously have some skill. That is a very nice box. And what did you say that was? Ebony and holly with a stainless steel core. That's really, really nice. Those are some classy looking rings. I dig it. Fantastic work, Crossbow Roof, and thank you for sharing. What is happening here? Let me adjust my sound so we can hear this clip. That what did I say? I don't remember. I never remember my own clips. Those chickens were hung like fucking horses. God. Why doesn't someone stop me from saying these things from time to time? Cat, why don't you stop me from doing this? What? Like, I have a proclivity to say things like this. There needs to be a button you can push that, like, zaps me or something before I say things like that. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm cutting your pay, Cat Ion. I'm paying you 50% of what I'm paying you right now. Boom, right in half. See how you like that. I'm not paying her any money. And Chaotic Harmony added music, because why not? Netflix series win. Do I want to know what... okay, let's have a listen. Let's have a listen to this 49 seconds of what is probably going to be a nightmare from Chaotic Harmony.
Welcome to the Church of Lesser Evils. I am the one who oversees this place. My name? Well, my friends call me Lucy, but those who join us here for Mass call me, Father Lucifer. Now, I know what you're thinking. A priest with the name Lucifer?
You can't hear it?
No way. Well, thanks to my parents, there was a way.
Can you not hear that? It should have been working. He can hear it. Everybody else can hear it, Cat. What are you sabotaging me for? I threatened to cut her pay, And she just fucking cuts me right down. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. That's as loud as I can go.
Oh boy, the stories I can tell you about my life growing up. It ain't easy being in the Bible Belt of all places with a name.
Let's go back to the beginning. This is as loud as I can go. I'll be
Welcome to
quiet.
the Church of Lesser Evils. I am the one who oversees this place. My name? Well, my friends call me Lucy, but those who join us here for Mass call me, Father Lucifer. Now, I know what you're thinking. A priest with the name Lucifer? There's no way. Well, thanks to my parents, there was a way. Oh boy, the stories I can tell you about my life growing up. It ain't easy being in the Bible Belt of all places with a name like Lucifer, but my parents fought tooth and nail to make it happen. Why? Well, they thought it'd make me unique or something. I suppose, in a way, it has. After all, Father Lucifer has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
I'd go to that church. Is there some context for this Chaotic Harmony? Because it's certainly unique. I would watch that show. The music really puts it together. Series idea. People confess to Father Lucifer each episode, and he recants a story of his past for the viewers. A Reddit comment inspired. Okay. Father Lucifer. I think the music, though. The music really brings it together. That's a nice touch. As always, Chaotic, thank you very much for regaling us with the lilting, dulcet, velvety tones that we don't, get sick of over the course of 4 hours of hearing you berate me with pre-recorded messages at all. Not even a little bit. And of course, then we roll right over into Act of God by Occam's Laser.
I'm not saying
How
Thunderhead's
appropriate.
trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat. Thank you, Chaotic. And since we can post 4 tonight and I'm posting turnings, does anyone else need a small plinth? 1 5/8 inch wide and 2 1/8 freedom units tall. It's a nice looking plinth. I'm incapable of woodworking. I really I've done a little bit of it and I just fuck it up every time. Just so horribly. It's really, really impressive stuff, Crossbow Roof. And from Gear Falcon, made a glow ring with opal tungsten ring. Interesting. Ooh, I see. That's the glow part of the glow ring. I gotcha. Did that just to get my brain back into a turning mode? Oh, yeah, I can see that. Apparently, Gear Falcon and Crossbow Roof make some pretty fucking badass rings. I did not know this, but I would love to see more of this moving forward. That is some pretty snazzy work. Damn. Well, at least I know who to go to if I want to get some pretty cool rings made. Really, really nice stuff. Thank you for sharing. Let me give you money. Yeah, let Kat give you money. She'll do it. I've seen her. All done with this overgrown Marauder, except for basing. Now that I have to carry this flame motif over to the rest of the level 2. Painted Ogre. Look what you've done to yourself. You thought you were doing something cool on one model, and now you have to do it on all of them. Ooh, it's worth it though. That's hot. I mean, no pun. That's not even a good pun. I didn't do that on purpose. Really though, I dig that. The white with the single red stripe. I mean, that's classic. That's a real classic look. Also, really, really good job on the cool white. Overall, nice highlighting, nice shadows. I dig the flames. But yeah, now you have to do it a bunch. So, good job, asshole. I would love to see the rest of the level 2 when you get that transferred over, though, let me tell you. They really do look good. You have another angle on them. You didn't go overcomplicated on them, and I appreciate that, because they're supposed to be painted on stylized, and that really, really works for it. I find that a lot of people overcomplicate flame paint jobs when they do them. And this is really done very well with using, against the white, using the outermost area of the flame, the edge of the flame, as the darkest color to then contrast against the white, and then having the lower part just be all yellow, that works really, really well. Nicely done. Edge highlighting going down on my Rasselhag. Oh, you're going down on your Rasselhag units. Jesus, Sentient Pickle. This is a PG-13. Well, it's not. Okay, maybe not PG-13. Occasionally R-rated stream. But still, that's no reason to push it. But really nice edge highlighting. Yeah, I've seen some of the Rasselhag you've done before, but getting to see the highlighting going down really helps the colors pop a lot more. I like the yellow for the cockpit glass. That's a good touch. All in all, really doing a good job on some older minis, making them look pretty damn good. Really, really nice. Thank you for sharing, Sentient Pickle. All those old boys look great. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it. It's old sculpts with good paint jobs, really making the best out of them. And from Roland, we have some more of the... Oh, shit. Damn it. Roland, remind me of the unit. These are not the Crucis Lancers. These are the ones you've been doing most recently, and I can't remember the name of the unit now. Hell's Horses. I knew it was Hell's something, but I didn't want to get it wrong. Roland, thank you so much for reminding me. Nice work with the decals. Good green. I love that red. I really do. Good highlights on it, too. Coming around the edge here. And down around here. Helps it pop. Helps it pop real nice. Going in more of the pinkish direction than the orange, and I like that a lot. Excellent work, Roland. Thank you so much for sharing. And from SP Firestarter, the Blood Streak and the attempted OSL. Why go back over the OS? Oh, this is... Oh, we're on Xeris. I have since added a green wash to the OSL. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. We have goo and flesh transitioning into energy here, which is a pretty cool effect. And then, yeah, a little bit of the glow coming down off the shaft. Oh, God, you guys are a terrible influence on me. Coming down off the staff and off the tubes and everything. That's pretty cool. OSL is a tricky technique, but the more you do it, the better luck you're going to have with it. If I could give any critique on this, I would say less is more. Less is often more for OSL. I might tighten it up just a little bit across the legs. I might brighten it here and darken it here, because the light coming off of this is going to be hitting the closer surfaces a lot brighter and pick up the highlights on the raised bits. But all in all, that's a fantastic fucking idea, and I think it's coming together really nice. Thank you for sharing so much, SP Firestarter. Gear Falcon, just because I can post 4 pics, my heater core on my Jeep went out. Oh, well, that's a sad day, and it's gonna take a little bit of work to change out. And here we have from Sky. Hard to take pics when the phone wants to focus on the keyboard. Oh, this is the dragon you were asking about, right? Yeah. Now remind me, what you had asked about? What in particular you wanted to do to this? You'd wanted some advice on how to improve this? Oh, you did it. Fantastic. Don't know where to go. So, the first thing you could do is heavier shading. And I'll just point out the areas where I would do the heavier shading, because you kind of want to separate the bones in the arms from the webbing on the wings. So if you do heavy brown shading here, just all along the edges of the webbing. Now this is a metallic dragon and you want to use metallic paints, I get that. So what I might do is, yeah, heavy brown shading all along here, mostly to separate, to make more distinct the actual limbs from the webbing. And then maybe a light silver dry brush kind of in the middle of the webbing, and then on the ends of the limbs and on the tips. A little bit of a silver dry brush on the edge of a bronze color can really help give some depth to the whole look. And like I said, you really want to try to visually separate the webbing from the limb, because right now they're blending together a little bit, because what you have is a very similar patterning going across just the whole wing. So you want to create focal points in the middle of each part of the webbing, and then on the high points of the limbs. That's the direction that I would go, just in general. Yeah, use some washes and use some dry brushing. Those would be really simple techniques you could use to kind of start to bring out the details a bit more. Really nice metallic color that you got down there, though. It's supposed to be a copper dragon. Yeah, particularly if it's copper. A little bit of silver is not going to hurt you. I know the temptation is to stick all with warm metallics, with coppers and golds. But you want a little bit of silver. You really do. But thank you so much for sharing with us. And, oh, we got some more. Oh, yeah, definitely. If you were going to do it here, I would do a heavier wash. See this edge where the chest plate goes into the general scaling? Heavier brown in here to separate those, and then a silver dry brush right down the center. And if you're feeling a little bit bolder, I would say the dry brush right down the center and then right along the edge. Heavier in the center, and then a little bit on the edge. And that's just to visually distinguish the edge of the chest plates from the rest of the scales. You could also mix in some reds. Not just brown washes, but also some red washes. Or violet. Reds and violets mixed into particularly coppers, that can be a good look. Yeah. Try some browns, try some reds, and definitely go for some silver. And once you've done the dry brushing, try washing over it again. Because it can be easy to overdo dry brushing and wind up with a lot more metallic than you meant to, but you can always bring that down with some washes. That's not a bad idea, Crossbow Roof. I mean, that's an interesting direction to go with it. In my mind, I don't feel like a copper dragon is going to oxidize. But, you know, what the fuck is a copper dragon? Like, I don't know. You can do that. That would work. Yeah. Because you see, if I were to say that there was a problem right now, it would just be that the texture looks pretty much the same all the way across. But I know that there are bits of limb in here. There's like the ribbing of the wings goes all the way down, and you really want those to pop out from the rest of everything. Maybe heavy. Maybe if what you did was a sort of a heavy violet wash along the edges here, and then heavier brown wash toward the middle, and then leave the webbing a little bit darker than the rest of it, that could work too. But more than anything, what you want to do is distinguish the different parts of the model. Dude, Dragon Riders of Pern doesn't have copper dragons in it, does it? I don't remember those dragons being metallic. I read that when I was like 13 or some shit. Wasn't that the one where they're on the planet and like the weird melty slug things fall from the sky and they use dragons to burn them up? Is that the book I'm thinking of? I can't remember the details. That was a long time ago. Doesn't it have metallic Okay, again, it's been a long time, and I'm sure that there are more books in the series. I think I only read one, so I probably shouldn't talk too much shit. Okay, well, I am mistaken. Yeah, if you were going to use the Games Workshop one, it is very teal. It is very teal. I have some of it right here. It's the Nihilak Oxide, is what it's called. It is very, very teal, but if you thin it, if you give it a little bit of flow aid, and it goes on much, much thinner than it normally does, you don't get quite the concentration of color. And it can actually work pretty well. But I hope that that has been helpful, and if you have any further questions, please feel free to post in some of the other channels we have here. We have a lot of channels devoted pretty much just to giving advice, and I'd be happy to give you some more in-depth thoughts. Moving down. From White Wolf Progress, Pano side of the Operation Caldstrom done. Onwards to Beyond Caldstrom. Because I'm nice and building hubby's stuff first. That is very thoughtful of you. Look at that. This pose is insane. Holy, what a fucking power stance. Look at this shit. I feel like you'd have to dislocate your hips to stand like that. It's insane. And then significantly more tactical over here. Minus the, holding a rifle in one hand and aiming a pistol with the other, but I assume if I was a cyborg, I'd be better at that too. It's a JoJo pose. Yeah, it very much is a JoJo pose. Ooh. Have some absinthe from Turbo Dork. That might be good as well. Actual absinthe, or is that the name of a color? I mean, if you chug a bunch of absinthe, maybe you'll become a better painter. I can't really say that you won't. It's a freaking pain in the ass to assemble and keep glued together, too. I would imagine, White Wolf, that's a pose that I would pin myself. Swinging for the bleachers. Yeah, it has that sort of twist to it, doesn't it? Some more terrain I was working on, plus Tyrells, Terrors, Catapult. Almost ready for a wash. Plus Ungoy. Brush holder? Because why? That can't be the name. Oh, this guy. Interesting. I mean, yeah, why the fuck not, right? Sure. Tyrell's Terrors. I like that color scheme. With the red. Yeah. They're from Halo. Oh, are they the grunts? I was going to say, it looks like a Halo grunt. So this would be before they got brought into the Covenant and made to wear that stupid armor and then punched to death en masse. I feel like you have to say it like that, though. There is no other way to pronounce it. Come here, I'll bite your kneecaps. Now, to be fair, we forget in Halo that Master Chief is like... He's like 7 feet tall. He might be taller than that. He's huge, though, because I remember somebody pointed out to me the grunts are actually about as big as people. They don't look that way. Okay, they're like short people. Fair. But they're not as small as they seem in the game because Master Chief is fucking gigantic. It's Tagalog for monkey? No shit. Huh, okay. Anyone a fan of the behemoth from Battle Droids? Well, there it is, isn't it? Ooh, that's a nice sculpt. Where'd you find that machine? Or did you do that, Machine God? 7'2". Yeah, he's fucking huge. It's unreasonable. Posted up this interview with Blaine Lee Pardo on my new YouTube channel this week. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. Renegade HPG. I can't dig into it right now. But, yeah. As Project Dark Fox said, post this in general. I'll take a look at it after the stream. That actually does sound pretty interesting. Kursala setting up my next print. A Dragonfire, freshly released by Lieutenant Shade. And a pair of Wolverine DH Locusts with Thunderhead's arms. I'm glad. See, I haven't had a chance to print these out yet. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they come out. Because he did a really good job on the sculpt overall. Oh, you're a mad lad. You're printing it in separate pieces and then assembling it. I'm a lazy son of a bitch. I assemble it all and then print it out in one big piece. He already did fantastic. Thank you for taking care of that, Dark Fox. Every time I'm like, hey, you know what you should do? You should do XYZ. I look like a little bit lower, and either Cat or Dark Fox has already said that, and I should just shut my mouth and let them do it, I guess. From the Casual Robots, ooh, that's nice. That's slick. This ghostly green to black transition, that looks really nice. I feel like a lot of it gets kind of hidden under this little shelf in the... It's not a shelf, under this little ridge in the model, and that's pretty clever.
That really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
All in all, really nice paint job, though. I love the bronze color that you've gotten on the sword here. And I love the soft highlights up towards the top, kind of to continue to sell the glow even as we move into the black. Minimal highlighting on the black, and it looks like you've mostly done warm brown tones, which goes in nicely with the bronze. I like the pale flesh tone to go along with the glow. This is another good example of really solid color composition on a model. Fantastic paint job, Casual Robot. Very nice. And then here we have a horrid rat mage of sorts. A little harder to see this one. But I'm liking the direction that it's going. Yeah, natural light for the photo. I mean, if you can't get good light, natural light is definitely a good substitute. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a Skaven. Yeah, I mean, it's a rat person. I'm sorry I didn't call it a Skaven. It's a rat man. A horrible rat mage. It looks like you've done a little bit of freehanding and texturing on the orb here. I hadn't seen that the first time I clicked on it. That looks nice. I like the sort of sickly color you have on these the wraps. Going up onto his... Oh, there's a little rat up here I hadn't noticed before, too. I like the Skaven models. I really do. Skaven, rat guy, it's all the same thing. They're rat people. What do you want from me? From White Wolf, last pick of mine, beyond Operation Caldstrom, Panosai. Started gluing minis together, but won't have anything fully assembled by cutoff. But we do have this. I'm looking forward to seeing these minis painted and based on these bases that you've done. They're really cool. They strike me as incongruous with the overall sci-fi theme, but I feel like that's going to actually work pretty well when you get them done. Full shot of Xeris. Progress today. Hard to get a good shot of the whole thing. It's a goddamn big mini. It's a big mini. And finding the golden angle on this one, I don't know what the hell it's going to be. I love how the green is coming. I really like having seen the progress you've done on the staff here. I'm very curious to see what you finally do for the basing. Once you... Ooh, this red transition is nice here. The flesh turning into energy. I think that's probably one of the best directions you could go with it. Skaven rat, fursuiter. What's the difference? What are you going to do? No way am I doing the whole, ooh, inter-army force thingy. Screw that. And we are closed. Closed. It's okay. Teal Sakire. Yeah, you came in a little bit late. We have gone... Jesus Christ, we've gone like 50 minutes longer than we usually do. These streams are getting longer. But it's because of the Storm Report. It's because people are participating. It's because people want to get their work in. They want to get it seen. They want to get commentary on it. You guys want to share. And you know, if it takes going a little bit longer, I don't mind. The 4-hour cutoff has always been fairly arbitrary, so I don't mind spending a little bit more time going over your work. This is one of my favorite parts of the stream, and I love that people want to participate. And I missed a day. That's also true. And I missed a day. But to be fair, Gear Falcon, the last one went for an hour too. So that's not necessarily the only factor to consider. But that will bring an end for today to the Storm Report. Oh, my throat hurts. I've been talking a lot. Ooh, and just drinking beer. I need to have some tea and get something to eat. Holy shit. Casual Robot, if you do some streaming, please post up in the Discord. We have a self-promotion section. I'd love to see a ping from you when your stream gets going, because I'd love to come over and check it out. Crossbow Roof, you have a fantastic night. Teal Sakire, thank you for wanting to participate. We will have another one going on Sunday night. So if you're here, I'd love to see something from you. I really would. I hate cutting people off. That's why I make my mods do it. Forsaken Angel, what's up? You're getting here right at the end. Right at the end. Right in under the door, like Indy grabbing his hat. You know? No. Casual Robot, please. No, I'm not. You're not being reprimanded in any way. Self-promotion is absolutely welcome. I mean, obviously, there's a point at which it becomes like a little classless, but that's not what you did by any stretch of the imagination. You've been hanging out, you've been giving commentary, you've been participating in the stream, and I want to know. I want to know that you're streaming and when you're doing it. I really do. How you doing, Forsaken Angel? Is Hyperphase up? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at who's doing what, shall we? Nope, don't open that. No, that's the wrong thing. For God's sake, man. It's not showing him in my list. Why not show? Why not for show in list? Let's go over and see who is streaming. Yeah, it looks like Thunderdome. Oh, that's weird. I have my own stream open, and I keep hearing myself. Okay, stop that. Thunderdome Drew is going. Real McLovins is playing some games. We got Hyperphase 2. I think we're gonna head over to Hyperphase. We're gonna go check out Hyperphase Studio. He does some pretty fantastic work. Well, Thunderdome, what's he doing? What's Thunderdome working on? Warhammer, but what? That's not Warhammer, that's a booby bust. Oh no, that is War. Oh, those aren't boobs. Oh god, that's a horrible disciple of Nurgle. Ugh. Oh, that's no good. And what's Hyperphase working on? Let's take a look real quick. I've just learned to check. Because sometimes it's, ooh, oh, I like what he's doing. Okay, yeah, we're going to Hyperphase. We are going to Hyperphase. He's working on some orky shit that looks really cool. He does some really, really awesome, rich colors. Alright, let's get that started. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, don't fall on the floor. Please, just, okay. You want to go on the floor? You go on the floor. Locusts and Gentlemechs. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to each and every, you guys, thank you to each and every one of you for hanging out and making this stream a success each and every time. You always boost my mood. You boost my mood every damn time. You make me feel good about painting, and we get some really great work done. You know? Always I gotta go get something to eat, though. Thank you to Cat Ion for modding. Thank you to Project Dark Fox, as always, for keeping things together. Thank you guys for the follows today, for the insane amount of subs that we got. A ridiculous number of gift subs. Y'all are out of your mind. Y'all are out of your mind. Casual Robot, thank you very much for reminding me to do that. Ping me again on Discord, because I'm going to forget in the next 5 minutes, but I do want to go ahead and post that picture for you, so you can get some ideas. And any other questions you have about the stream setup, I'm happy to answer. I will see you guys Sunday the 26th. We will be painting probably some more Star Wars. Either Star Wars or Revelations. We'll see which one. I'm going to send you guys over to Hyperphase. Say hi for me. I will be in a little bit. Until next time, keep on painting.